Welcome. This is a special broadcast episode of No Interference live with your host, Westside, Big Sass, and the Bull. Just like last year, this is our live coverage, live reaction of the NFL draft. We have about 26 or so minutes until the draft kicks off, but we are just going to keep you entertained until then. So yeah, sit tight, relax. Don't worry about those big name channels. They don't care about you. They don't care about your questions. They don't care about your teams. We do. We're men of the people.
We care about most teams.
Except for the Cowboys. You can go watch the other channels.
Cowboys. Stick.
But yeah, welcome to our special live broadcast. Brought to you unofficially.
Oh. That's going to get us taken down. Well, we got some big news to talk about, right?
It finally happened.
It finally on draft
happened.
day.
We didn't know. I mean, we've speculated on every podcast for about 3 months, but Lamar Jackson finally signed his contract, and
finally,
it did seem more likely after Jalen Hurts signed his contract that Lamar was going to be like, I have to just take what they're offering me, because according to the reports, they offered him something like this months ago. Maybe not as much, but similar. Well, we still don't know what the cap numbers are for each year. Like, it's probably not going to be like Jalen Hurts is completely, but.
Well, it's funny though, because the report that came out like 2 weeks ago or whatever was that the Ravens offered him 200 guaranteed, and he just signed for 185 guaranteed. So he was all about the guaranteed money, and he left 15 million on the table apparently.
Yeah, I mean, it's at this point, neither of them are ever gonna talk about it until maybe 20 years. Lamar's
his
retired.
Memoirs.
He has memoirs.
Memoirs of Lamar's.
Back in 2023.
Lamar's memoirs from Baltimore's. That was stupid. I went too far.
I just had to take it to that next level.
But yeah, I'm glad that saga's over. I will say one thing. I said this to Taylor before we started. If he gets injured this year or plays poorly, Ravens fans are going to come at him.
Oh yeah, I mean you can't demand this type of money and throw like the whole charade and fits that he was doing, and then not at least year one, be a slam dunk.
Yeah, I think last year he probably would have played if he had his contract. So if something like that happens again, I mean, he hasn't had, what was his injury 2 years ago? He hasn't really had a major injury. He's just had those nagging injuries that can take a few weeks to heal from. But I just have a hunch now that he has a contract, he'll be available.
Yeah, 2 years ago was his ankle?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then last year's knee.
The knee.
But now we know nothing's going to happen with him in the draft. Not that I didn't think anything would have, and now it's probably a little more clear on what the Ravens were going to do. I think in our mock draft we had Quentin Johnson going to them.
Some wide receiver help.
Yeah, I think they'll for sure.
You got to go wide receiver.
Yeah, I mean they could use corner help. Marcus Peters is gone.
I didn't know he was gone.
Yeah, well, he hasn't re-signed, so he's a free agent still. So they could get a receiver or corners. There's plenty that should be available at their pick. But good day for Ravens fans, unless the draft goes terribly wrong.
Sighs of relief.
Yep. Was there any more? What were you going to say?
Everything went wrong. It all went wrong. Horribly wrong.
Do we got any other news?
That Twitter comment, and you were like, that guy's definitely from Baltimore. It just gets me every time.
Yeah, that was pretty funny.
Hey, yo, let's effing go.
Oh, yeah, on No Interference Twitter.
Yeah.
Oops.
There's been a lot of talk about the quarterbacks today. Now the Texans are apparently interested in taking a quarterback. It's been the word.
So I don't know what the odds are, but apparently earlier, if you bet the over under whatever betting odds for quarterbacks in the first round was 4.5, I'd be all over the over on that. I think Hendon Hooker's going in the first round.
What was the bet you're talking?
I can't remember the odds, but it was like over under quarterbacks taken in the first round. It was 4.5, and the odds were like solid. I would take the over. I think Hendon Hooker might get like drafted, like someone trades up right in the or trades back and right in the end of the first, they snag him for that 5th-year option.
A dark horse. I'm thinking. I just thought about it. Haven't put a lot of thought into it. Rams have a lot of draft picks. Could they be a dark horse to trade into the first round? They have Matthew Stafford still. They're kind of like rebuilding, but they still have some stars. Maybe they can draft Hooker. You know, they don't value the first rounders that much, obviously. So maybe take a waiver on a guy that can be your future quarterback.
Yeah.
I mean,
Minnesota Vikings too. They're
elbow being a little weak.
Yeah, Minnesota Vikings are at 23 right now. So, I mean, they could be looking for Kirk Cousins' future replacement.
I mean, now that the draft picks are slotted for the salaries, and you get that 5th-year option, it gives you so much more negotiating power as a team. Like, it's really worth it to similar to what the Ravens did with Lamar, similar to what the Vikings did with Teddy Bridgewater. Not that really didn't work out, but it's the same thought process.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so intrigued looking at all these fits for all these prospects. You get like the flashy looks. Anthony Richardson showing up like he
bling him.
He looks like he's some sort of like, I don't know. Some of the guys look real flashy. Other guys look like they just walked right out of their own closet.
That's probably still better than anything we would look like.
Oh, for sure.
Do we think there's going to be any? I know the NFL tries really hard not to get the awkward, not get picked sitting in the green room. Do we have a player we think that could happen with? There was a player that I would have thought for sure would go in the first round, but he didn't get invited. So it's like, do you think the NFL has intel? Like they're like demand teams like, let us know.
Who was it? Wasn't it Hooker that didn't get invited?
Or maybe, but I understand that because I mean he does have an injury, and I could see him not being drafted in the first round.
I remember that. I can't remember exactly who it was, but I remember the story. And the NFL was just saying they were just trying to protect him from having to pull like a Brady Quinn or something like that.
I can see it being one of those situations where like they take their, NFL.com draft whatever their rankings are, and then they invite those people that are going to be they think are going to go in the first round.
Do you guys remember that WWE wrestler back in the day that wore like the like basically the one piece like full body unitard that was all flames?
Every other wrestler.
Did you not really finish with the flames? The heavyset guy is all like a fire suit. He was bald. I'm pretty sure he had like tattoos on his head.
What is he from? Like that was like before we watched it.
It was like the 90s.
Yeah, I mean, we watched WWE from like 2004 or 2005 to like 2008.
Okay, well, that's the suit I would walk in. Straight flames.
Today?
Yeah.
The draft.
They would be like, you're not getting drafted, kid.
Panthers would be like, memo.
We've had you first overall for 3 months, and you do this, you're out. Which I'm surprised nobody
Look at
did
their GM. Nobody caught this in the interview.
I'm surprised nobody did that for Levis with his coffee mayo trick.
Oh, that's so gross.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
It's Bam Bam Bigelow.
That sounds familiar.
I'm gonna send you a picture. You definitely know who I'm talking about. But that's what I would walk out.
we still got somebody came out and was making an announcement at the draft, but
Yeah, it's Melissa Stark or something else.
Aren't you fancy knowing people's names?
They had it on the TV.
Oh, I didn't
I
see it.
literally turned my head and it said Melissa Stark.
Oh, that's pretty.
I don't know
funny.
who she is.
Oh, I remember that guy. I don't. I remember seeing him. I don't know if I ever watched him. That's literally that guy is like everyone who wants to be in the WWE in their backyard. That's that guy in that outfit. With
That's
like a few
every.
upgrades.
That's every kid in the '90s.
Oh yeah, he does look familiar.
That's every kid in the '90s who made a create a character
Is he
playing.
alive?
I don't know. I was like,
For
that's
sure.
every kid in the
For sure.
'90s who played a WWE wrestling game and made a create a character when they were like 7.
That's so true.
Oh, DeBrickshaw Ferguson, he's at the draft.
Let's say I ain't seen him in a long time.
I'm trying to see if there's any like late news, but this is like the most mysterious draft.
Yeah, I'm really curious about how these quarterbacks should go in what order.
From everything I've
Most
heard this
intrigued.
week and read, and everybody else who pays attention to the
Bryce
draft,
Young.
it sounds like it's Bryce Young.
Yeah,
And then apparently the
not
Texans.
in our mock draft.
Apparently there's apparently the Texans don't like 2 quarterbacks. So I don't know what that means, but there's been talk all week about them taking a defensive player, but I have a feeling they're going to pick Stroud.
Out of Richardson, Levis, and Stroud. Which one? Actually, no. Really, Stroud's probably going to be going top 4.
Whoops.
So really, I feel like Levis is going to slip out of the first round. So who's more likely to slip out of the first? But it has to be Levis.
I've heard more
Those
people.
3.
I think there's less teams probably that would draft Levis, but I've heard more teams love Levis. Like I've heard a lot of
I heard the Patriots are interested.
I've heard the Colts like Levis.
Yeah, I heard the Colts want CJ Stroud to get picked before them so that they can just draft Levis without people going, "Oh, you picked Levis over Stroud."
Because Hendon Hooker is probably gonna be the last quarterback taken out of the top in the
Top
first round.
tiers.
If he goes first round, top tiers, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's for sure. Not for sure. I have a feeling. I don't think any of us really like Will Levis, but I'm think from what I've read, he's.
I mean, I don't
I
not
like
like
his
him.
arm.
I just don't like his tape
You like
and
you like
his
Jake
mayo
Locker.
and his
You want-
coffee.
You want Jake Locker on your team?
Jake Locker was like,
I like the
Like-
comp though.
It's a great comp.
yeah, I
Strong
mean,
arm.
I would take Levis. I don't remember Jake Locker's like. They are kind of similar, I guess. I don't remember the pre-draft
Accuracy.
hype of.
This
Locker.
It's so funny because both of them, had they came out a year early, they would have been the number 1 overall pick. They stayed. Had completely different years from year 3 to 4 or whatever it was. Both of them had pretty big arms, were fairly mobile, pretty good builds, good looking guys. But whenever you hear, especially the guys that get paid to make a living by doing this, the first word out of their mouth was, "Oh, he's so tough, toughest guy on the field." I want that from my middle linebacker or my fullback. I don't want the first word you use to describe my quarterback to be toughness. Can you talk about how smart he is or his arm or how accurate he is or how he's a great leader? And I could be completely wrong. Will Levis could be, the next, I don't know, whatever. Patrick Mahomes. I just wouldn't want to waste a top pick on him. Not waste. I wouldn't want to spend my team's top pick on him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's team to team, but I would mostly agree with you there. Definitely not top 10. Not like a high. Like there's value. I know the quarterback's the most valuable position, and people say like it's hard to play around with. Oh, we'll have a chance next year, and then also it's a business, so they want to get fans excited and people to actually come see the games. But I mean, we saw it with this year with the Texans. The Texans were the worst team in the league, and then they won the last game of the season. Instead of getting apparently their guy in Bryce Young, now they might not take a quarterback with their first overall pick.
Yeah, it just today someone was saying, well, you're trying to run a business to sell tickets. How are you going to do that if you don't draft a quarterback in the first round? The saying used to be drafting the wrong quarterback could set you back 4 years. Now, I know the mindset's changed, especially look at the Cardinals. I mean, it hasn't really worked out that well for them. But next year in the draft, there's Caleb Williams and what's his name? Drake Mays or whatever. Drake May.
Yeah.
What's his name? Spencer Rattler showed some improvement this last year.
I think as it stands, Caleb Williams or Drake Mays or whatever would, I think, both be the two highest graded quarterbacks if they were in this year's draft. So,
yeah,
I mean,
it's going to be a tank for Williams year next year too. So
if you're a bad franchise, just what's one more year of bad football to get a true franchise quarterback?
Agreed.
Now I'm saying,
I mean, yeah, they're showing the players right now. Ooh, Bijan Robinson. All right, Anthony Richardson doesn't look that big for being 6'4", 6'5", 240. He's
lean.
I mean, when you look at his like pictures of him or his tape, he looks huge.
Well, when I was editing his graphic yesterday, I was like, he's a little leaner than I thought. Like he's definitely not. He's bigger than Lamar, but he's definitely not that Cam Newton thickness.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Cam Newton's a freak.
Did you pick the loudest snack to have for the draft?
Yes.
So yeah, I got my handy dandy.
It's almost time.
Spicy notch,
yeah,
right
spicy
here.
notch.
But
take it off, or you could advertise it.
We can show food. Pringles.
Something's...
So yeah, we all got crunchy chips. I was like, should I really get a bag of chips for when I'm hungry?
I wish I would have had spicy nuts.
Number one, picking the draft.
Shoot, I got a cheeseburger literally sitting right here on my table and deciding when the best chance to eat it is.
It's draft night. It's munchy time in the podcast. Normally we're pretty chill on the podcast.
I do wish I grabbed like
there,
some,
but
I wish I grabbed some sort of chocolate.
A good time.
Once we get to the like 20s, there's gonna be they're much more crunching on this live stream. Last year I said this earlier. I'm pretty sure I had like water. I just had a glass of water with me the whole draft, and I was like sitting up hunched. I remember my neck was killing me the next day.
Yeah,
but chill.
It's a process.
Comfortable. Enjoy. We're here to enjoy the show just like you guys, whoever's or gals and guys watching.
Fans.
You people. What do you
mean,
you people?
Yeah, we're fans.
We're all fans here.
Yeah. For the fans.
Fans of those.
By the fans. Pretty sure that's taken. Probably gonna get sued. Oh, you got a burger from Wendy's.
Yeah, it's literally right here.
Baconator?
Genius idea.
No.
Dave's double.
Dave's double.
Yeah. Well, I already crushed on them before we were getting started. I already crushed a baked potato and a spicy chicken.
Can't go wrong with that. Pretty sure my cup's leaking.
Oh,
it is.
Can't have that.
You see it?
Oh, is it like
you
that?
said all that information leaking out of your Eagles organization.
It's leaking out of the top. I don't understand. We got a breach. If they came up on the draft and they're like, Eagles leaked, like trying to do something and it just backfires, that would suck. I keep dripping this water all over myself.
Draft begins.
Hey, so what was the bet that
6 minutes?
Travis and Jason Kelsey had to make Jason Kelsey shave his head? And get a
Whoever won the
signature on his
Super
head?
Bowl.
Is that what it was?
It's a pretty straightforward
so.
bet.
Yeah.
Because they didn't say it. And then when I saw the video earlier, it just said they made a bet about the Super Bowl. They didn't really say what.
I'm pretty sure it was just whoever
So I was
won.
just curious. Yeah, it's pretty funny.
Oh, you know what?
Yeah.
The last time we were on the show was the Aaron Rodgers trade official.
Well,
I don't think so. No.
last time we recorded was for the mock draft, so probably not.
I don't think so. Did that happen?
Because it was this week, and we
Mhm.
recorded Sunday for the mock draft. So no, we haven't talked about it.
We got some time before the draft kicks off.
About 6 minutes.
6 minutes.
6 minutes.
6 minutes.
6 minutes.
Minutes of 6.
Yeah, it's funny. Aaron Rodgers looked completely different. He looked like old Aaron Rodgers in his press conference.
Because he got a haircut.
Normal haircut,
They present himself.
regular beard. He had a hoodie on, pants.
You know damn well if he went in that press conference looking like a hippie, the New York fan base would have roasted him.
Well, Aaron Rodgers doesn't care apparently.
What
Maybe
if,
now maybe he cares.
what if the last 3 years was just a ploy for him to get out of Green Bay?
Yeah, change his whole personality. So
Yeah,
acting
he
like
just-
a fool.
As
and
As
then-
soon as he got to New York, he
Get
just
out.
goes back to old Aaron Rodgers. He's just, good teammate, real chill person. Gets his State Farm sponsor back.
Did he lose it?
When's the last time you saw him on a State Farm commercial?
it's been a lot of Jake.
Patrick
It was him-
Mahomes
but
has
it was-
monopoly.
It was him and Patrick Mahomes though for a while.
Was it?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they had the big guy come up and do the discount double check.
Mhm.
Rodgers.
Rodgers!
Oh yeah, I forgot
I mean,
about that.
Cody Maw.
You know who he is?
No, that's the offensive lineman that was
Oh, right,
in the
right,
draft.
Yeah.
He looks just like him though. He was a tight end when he came into college. Gained like 100 pounds.
100
Became a
pounds.
yeah, grew like 5 inches and became a left tackle.
Sometimes it works
Also
that way.
lost his 2 front teeth and grew his hair out.
Sold out for the show. I mean, for the job.
Yeah, he was a meme. He's like, "This is how you know this kid did college right." Before and after.
Checking on some odds here. Number 1 overall pick, still Bryce Young, minus 5,000. Second overall pick, Will Anderson, plus 125. Mr. Levis, plus 300. Tyree Wilson, plus 340. Stroud, 450. Then it's a big jump.
Yeah.
I was seeing if they updated it all.
I feel like it's going to be Bryce Young, but if it's not, it's going to be a nice little twist.
It'll be a twist for sure at this point. If Bryce Young's not picked, he's minus 5,000.
Mm-hmm.
It's over 9,000. Oh, Joey Porter Sr. looks old.
Yeah, he does, but I'm hoping Joey Porter comes to DC. Come on.
No, it's meant to be. He's going to be a Steeler.
Hey, they're after us. Don't forget. So it's only if we trade back, which is apparently the news, right? The talk for Washington. Trade back for next year. There's Bijan. What Sass wants for the Eagles to take.
Baja Robinson.
Bijan Robinson.
My number one choice is Jalen
Carter.
Jalen Carter.
Coach Kata.
I think that having the 10th overall pick is such a luxury. We'll get into it, by team when their picks come up and stuff. But having number 10 after playing in the Super Bowl is such a luxury. I don't want them to draft somebody for depth or to build. I know that's what they like to do with all O-line and D-line, but getting a stud like Bijan Robinson or any player, I think they need to get an impact player if they stay at 10.
Good old Baja Robinson, right?
I like the
We gotta get
Baja.
that name to stick. We gotta get that name to stick.
Baja Robinson.
Artie's on the Dijon train.
Dijon Mustard.
Bijan Robinson.
But I mean, you're right. The Eagles have such a luxury. They also don't have any.
Howie Roseman.
They don't really have any glaring weakness. Like, if you had to point out one, it's probably linebacker, but at this in this age of the NFL, like there aren't that many stud linebackers anymore. So yeah, this is a luxury pick. Having a top 10 and still having their 30th overall pick. I won't even be surprised if Jalen Carter does make it past Seattle at 5. I wouldn't be surprised if the Eagles try to trade up to grab him.
Hang on, there's this report that just got released in a joint statement from the Eagles and Cardinals.
Yeah, they squashed the Gannon tampering thing.
The Cardinals self-reported. Gotcha. Look more serious.
1 minute.
Jonathan Gannon's been a little baby since he got to Arizona.
I mean, look at this.
Look, Philly media is mean. Ooh.
Well, at least now he can't do anything wrong because everyone just roasts Kyler Murray these days.
Yeah, I saw a report that Kyler Murray, his choice was Paris Johnson.
30 seconds. Yeah, apparently this has happened before though. That was like the issue. He's requested a lineman in the first round. They've taken 7 defenders apparently in the last two or three drafts.
I mean, it hasn't worked out because the defense has been suck.
Yeah, exactly.
Here we go.
Boo, Dallas fans, you suck. You're worse than your team.
Oh, that's crazy how many people are there. I saw a report earlier that they had, it doesn't look as bad from the sky view, but that's a lot of people. It was such a good move by the NFL to do this instead of having it in New York every year.
I agree.
Yeah.
Switch it up.
Won't ever have it in Baltimore, though.
Do you blame them?
They could have it. No. They could have it at Pier 6. That would be pretty cool. It's just not big enough.
I wouldn't risk it. That's all I'll say.
Lionel Richie.
There you are, you mayo drinking bastard.
Yeah, it's a joke, right? It's a joke.
Oh, Tyree Wilson with the swag.
I'm watching on ESPN. What are you guys watching on?
NFL
ESPN.
Network. Guess I'll switch over to
Yeah.
ESPN.
I just don't have NFL Network.
What about
I just
you?
did on my PS5 and I just did ESPN.
I'm keeping NFL Network.
Yeah, keep it different.
You casuals.
Casuals.
I feel like I'd rather. Yeah, I usually watch NFL Network.
Oh, God.
Here
About
we
that
go.
time.
Yeah, when do they officially go on the clock?
And that big opening commercial. Got to get all their advertising in.
Yeah, it starts at 8, but they're going to do what they always do and not start.
Westside, this is for you.
Kirsch.
I had a couple of those last weekend.
Speaking of
The King of Burrs.
which, I need to
The
get a double
2023
screen here.
draft.
Cheers. Clink, clink.
Scrumdiddlyumptious.
Kirsch. This guy got a fake tan. At least don't make it so obvious.
Who?
I don't know. I can't remember his name. NFL Network guy.
No. Must be nice. Kansas City gets Super Bowl and the draft.
And must have been before they planned. Kurt Warner out here with the fake tan too. What are we doing?
What are we doing, guys? Is that a Rex Burkhead jersey in the audience?
Oh, network. Rex Burkhead.
Oh, look at
Are you
those
still
Washington
playing?
kicks.
Oh yeah. Well, the one guy in the middle is that's Chris Bryant. He's like the number one Washington fan, like related to the media. They let him do everything. It's a cool dude.
All right, before the draft starts, who's your dark horse to go way higher than projected these last few weeks?
Projected to go way higher. That's a good question.
Like 10 to 15 picks higher than they're usually projected. Mine is going to be. Let me just double check to see if I want to do anybody else. Oh, my computer froze.
I know, just going off of our draft, and I think it's just this is such
Do
a crazy
you have
year.
that up? Do you have that available?
Yeah.
All right, I just wanted to make sure because I figured we could compare as we're going through the live draft.
So I'm gonna go my personal opinion, who I think is gonna get drafted way higher than they should be. This is just my opinion, not all of our opinion. I think Dalton Kincaid is gonna go way higher than he has any business going. I think he's a decent receiving.
Dalton.
I think he's a decent receiving tight end that can potentially stretch the field, but he doesn't have a ton of experience, and he's definitely not the cleanest tight end prospect we have ever seen. And all of a sudden, I hear all this, hoopla about him going like 12, 15. And in my opinion, he's a second-round player at best.
I like him, but I'm not going to argue with that. I'm going to go with Kalijah Cansey. I think I've seen him in a lot of mock drafts going into the late mid-20s, early 20s maybe. But if he makes a jump up into the teens, early teens, I wouldn't be shocked. Depends if the right fit's there.
He's another person that, just speaking in Madden language, he's a player that you have a second-round grade on, but you see that 40 time and you just can't resist the urge. And you pull that trigger.
If you look at his highlights too, he looks good. And I know the comparisons are Aaron Donald, but he looks like a good player. And just from what I've heard, it sounds like a lot of the NFL likes him. So I wouldn't be surprised if he goes higher than expected.
Yeah, I'm going with Hendon Hooker. Since everybody's making a run on these quarterbacks, he's going to be pressured. Somebody take him in the first round.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if he's going in the first round. Do you think he'll go top 10 possibly?
I don't want to say top 10.
Hendon Hooker.
But normally,
I wouldn't be shocked. I wouldn't be shocked if he goes top 10, but I think he's more likely going in like the last 5 picks for the first round.
Yeah, I felt like his draft stock was lower after the injury, and then for a while, a couple weeks ago, it went really high up, and I saw some mock drafts having him in like the top 10, which I think would be a shock. And then he's kind of leveled off now, going into like 20 or lower for a team that could sit him redshirt freshman him for a year, which that's who we were talking about earlier, right?
Yeah,
I can see the Rams jumping up for him, Minnesota. So
that was the dark horse for that.
Oh, here he comes, the big man himself,
Roger Shadell.
So is a pick in? He has his card.
Welcome to Kansas City, everybody.
According to No Interference, the Panthers are on the board.
I mean, technically they've been on the board. It's going to be Bryce Young, right?
Yeah, I would say that's safe.
Yeah. Gotta be Bryce. I don't see it being nobody else. And maybe CJ.
We picked CJ, but
That was just because I like him, but I never thought Panthers were going to take him. Last few weeks.
they didn't make it such a spectacle, and they just ran through the picks.
This girl's got a lot of energy.
I don't know. They need to be talking about these motherfucking picks and not this
What was
here.
that?
As the fans there at the stadium.
Heard it sound like a pig squealing.
That was literally one of the fans in the front row. Yeah.
What if that rumor was true and they do go Will Levis?
I don't think so. I think they'd be fools.
Man, they're bringing everybody out here. Rub it in. This isn't about the Chiefs.
This was planned. They already had their freaking parade.
Yeah, this is bull.
So now they get celebrated again at the draft.
Didn't this happen to the Eagles? They did it in 2018 after we won the Super Bowl. I don't remember having all this
I don't like it.
Trip off the stage.
That's fucked up.
It's not all about you, Kansas City, okay?
Apparently,
You know,
There's 31 other teams.
we're all streaming. Hopefully, our watchers are streaming and they're not like 5 minutes ahead of us. Though I haven't gotten any updates on my phone.
anybody got any urge to vomit yet? I have.
Man, the draft will start at 8 o'clock. 10 minutes in. They haven't announced the pick yet. This is why the draft goes till midnight every year. Because of crap like this.
I ain't seen nothing like this nonsense before.
Don't make us wait.
Yeah, where's the bells and the timer? Okay. It's now officially started. Here we go.
If they take more than 45 seconds, I'm going to be extremely angry.
What would you do if Goodell jacked up and when they opened the timer, it was like on 5 seconds?
Like we said during our mock draft, somebody running down in that crowd right now, you just see, oh, they have their pick. Look at them.
Carolina is on the clock.
So, do the Titans trade up to the Cardinals trade back? How you feeling, Westside?
I mean, everything I've read is that the Titans want to basically leave the draft with a quarterback. If that's the case, that means they're picking a quarterback today. There isn't going to be a Malik Willis this year. But we'll see. I have a feeling this first 10 picks we might see. Here, my prediction: we're gonna get 3 trades in the first 10.
It all depends on what the Texans do.
Somebody in the Panthers war room has a mom with a birthday today.
All right, they're a minute and a half in. You've had 4 months.
Think about this.
They're sweating. They're sweating the picks.
It's got to be Bryce Young.
Adam Rank tweeted
He's
out.
only been talked about as the number 1 pick since he took over at Alabama, pretty much.
Adam Rank tweeted, "Can we get this pick in? My fondue's getting cold."
That's how I feel.
Yeah, my burger's getting cold over here. I was waiting for this first pick so I could real quick cut to that and inhale that real fast.
It is ridiculous. This should be illegal. This is marketing 101.
Meanwhile, they're showing us nothing but Bryce Young highlights.
Right.
Yeah, they keep going back to Bryce Young. Everybody knows Bryce Young.
What's the chances that Bryce Young is just a more polite Johnny Manziel on a loaded team?
Jesus.
It's a rough comparison. I was so big on Johnny Football
Nah.
until he got drafted by the Browns.
Once that happened, you were like, maybe not.
All right, 2.5 minutes in. This is ridiculous.
Maybe on the phone trying to make a deal. Like, what if
They traded up just to trade back.
well, yeah, what if Houston called them and was like, listen, we'll give you our number 2 and whatever, number 13. We really want Bryce Young.
Shit.
Well, the Texans are like, we really want him too.
We mean Panthers.
What did I say?
Texans.
Whoops.
I need 2 goats. And 1 Mukatuka restaurant. 1 pee touch.
What's this? The Frank Wright connection?
Apparently.
Uh-oh.
I ain't getting nothing yet over here. This is on the clock. They went on the clock for fucking almost 4 minutes full. Malak.
I'm about to just throw up. Pick is in.
Where them sources at?
You're getting trigger happy?
Look at them. Look at all these a-holes making us wait. What does that sign say? We drafted Will Levis.
Well, the pick is in.
Where do you see that?
I got the alert.
I don't see it on the TV screen.
Well, I got the pick right here.
You know who got picked?
Yeah.
Well, don't spoil it yet. I didn't even get an update on my phone yet.
Maybe I got the sources this year.
Maybe I've known for 10 minutes and I'm just really good.
I said we just announced
Let's
it.
not dig it enough. Come on. We know RJ has the limited sources. He needs to see the live show.
The anticipation is killing me.
Oh, yeah, I got my report. The pick is officially in and made. NFL Network is really juicing this. Let's just make it a no interference.
I say you just go for it. Drop the graphic.
RJ, I'm dropping the graphic.
The pick is
number
in.
1 pick in the NFL draft. Take it away, Westside.
The Carolina Panthers select quarterback out of Alabama, Bryce Young.
There it is, people.
Look at that technique. Flawless. Flawless. So here's the thing with Bryce Young. While we wait for NFL Network to
Texans are on the clock.
catch up, if he was 6'1", 210, he's probably in the...
He's a lock first overall pick.
Yeah, if he's 6'1", 210, he's in the Andrew Luck, John Elway, Joe Burrow stratosphere.
Yeah, I mean, the height isn't... I mean, I think it's a little bit of a problem, but still more than anything, his playing weight's probably going to be like 190.
195.
190, 195. That's just a small frame. So, I mean, the biggest question will be, can he, stay healthy?
I mean, we saw his numbers at Alabama. He put up, the high completion percentage, the good touchdown interception ratio. He could throw in the tight windows. He had this really good anticipation. He is really comfortable in the huddle at the line of scrimmage. He's not relying on his coordinators and all these like schemes. But on the flip side, he's got the the size. He played for Alabama, so I mean, it's like whether you're a quarterback in football or a point guard in basketball, having the better talent around you can go a long way.
Yeah.
So he's got the ability. I'm just being a little concerned about a 190-pound quarterback getting laid out by a 315-pound nose tackle coming up the middle.
Yeah. We've talked about it plenty, and that's what everybody else who wouldn't have picked him first overall would say is his size is a concern. He can make throws, though. The thing is, he doesn't have a huge arm. He's not super fast. He's just, really solid QB. He just happens to be small.
Here comes Goodell finally.
So small quarterbacks have made it work before. I guess it's got to work a little harder.
Here he goes. Family celebrating. Oh, Nick Saban's with him. What a guy.
RJ, check your phone.
Look at him. He looks like a corner out there.
Hey, the Panthers colors look good on him.
I mean, it's good colors. That light blue, black, and silver, like, works for anybody. I'm not really feeling that suit, though. I don't know what he's got going on with his suit.
I think it looks fine.
What's that?
It looks like it looks kind of like what you'd wear a robe maybe when you got out of the shower. Maybe an old hotel. That's kind of the color I'm getting.
I'm not feeling it.
Why does he walk so weird? He walks like he's got to take a leak, or maybe a poo.
Look, he's smaller than Goodell.
He is really skinny, but hopefully he has a good career. Panthers, they traded DJ Moore, but they're not the worst team ever. They traded up for the number 1 pick.
So this is some weapons.
This is where the fun begins. Number 2. Yeah, that was a great throw by Bryce Young there.
Texans are on the clock. They have 5 minutes to get their pick in.
Or trade. Which I don't think any of us
think
they're going to trade. I think they're going to go with quarterback.
I'm still sitting on Will Anderson.
I wouldn't be shocked. I don't know. I don't know. It would just be for sure if they don't take a quarterback, it'll be a Cardinals phones will be ringing if they're not already.
Wouldn't that be something? Cardinals get like 18 offers. Knowing them, they'll still find a way to jack it up. Texans pick is in.
Pick is in?
Yep. Who's it going to be?
I think it's going to be CJ Stroud.
I wouldn't be mad about that.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Stroud as well. Just say, make a bad decision. Will Levis.
Will you pour mayo in your coffee?
I mean, maybe the people down in Texas are fine with that. I don't know. I don't know what they like. I'm just saying.
Yeah, they
Nah.
picked so they didn't wait long. It's CJ Stroud for sure.
I mean, if you're the Texans, right? You're in kind of complete rebuild mode. You got nothing going great for you right now. Whether you go CJ Stroud or you go Will Anderson, personally, I'm not as sold on Will Anderson as the general masses are, but CJ Stroud, my comp for him is Jared Goff. I think he can succeed in the NFL. You can definitely build around him. You can do a lot worse than CJ Stroud.
Yeah, I can see Jared Goff. Similar to Bryce Young, CJ Stroud doesn't have a huge arm. He's not super fast. He doesn't have the same mobility that Bryce Young does. At least he doesn't utilize it. But he, from the tape and the highlights, I shouldn't say tape, but whatever YouTube highlights that I watched, he can navigate the pocket. He looks like he knows how to step up, shift left to the right. He has good technique. He always looks like he makes his throws on time, hits the receivers in stride, outside, inside. From what I watched, he just looks like a very sound quarterback. Maybe he doesn't have the upside that some of these quarterbacks do with the strong arms and athleticism and the playmaking Bryce Young has.
I got the pick.
Picks in?
Yep.
Well, yeah, we knew the pick's in.
Well, I got the pick.
Yep. I just got a notification. RJ, is Goodell announcing it?
Yeah, it's Goodell.
Well,
there it is.
With the second overall pick, the Houston Texans are taking quarterback out of Ohio State, CJ Stroud. Not much is a surprise here. I think had
Maybe I'll just talk about it.
I think had the off the field issues not been there, you might have seen Jalen Carter at this pick. Will Anderson's not the building block the team of the Texans I feel like would really want. CJ Stroud, though, he's got a big body. He was successful at Ohio State. Can make all the throws. Needs a little work reading defenses. Doesn't use his legs as much as he probably should. But he reminds me a lot of Jared Goff. Get him in the right system. He can win you a lot of games. Be really successful.
Mm-hmm.
Look at this guy. He's enthused. He's happy.
Very much. There's a lot of talk.
He also probably has a top 5 pick next year in receiver in Marvin Harrison Jr., but we're not going to – that shouldn't be counted against you, in my opinion.
Maybe they can get him next year as well.
Any team that gets him is
they're gonna be in the top 5 again.
Yeah, probably.
I mean,
if Marvin Harrison Jr. has another amazing year.
The one thing I'll say about CJ Stroud, once he picks his receiver, he puts the ball, he throws a nice ball. Like, it's a very catchable.
Look at these highlights. Look at the pocket movement. Look at that throw in stride.
Maryland, he ended up pulling the dub out, but.
Sorry, Taylor. Finish what you were saying.
No, I'm just saying, like, does he have a cannon? No. Is he as accurate as Bryce Young? No. Is he throwing these lasers in between defenders? No. But when he locates where he wants to throw the ball, he just has a really nice touch. It's just a real catchable throw and gives his receivers the chances. Is that better with at Ohio State when you have all these 5-star receivers. Yeah, but it's doable in the NFL, especially if the Texans build around him for 2-3 years and actually give him a chance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Texans. I mean, they pick C.J. Stroud. I mean, they got to pick receiver at 12, right? Or
yeah, because they have John.
more.
Because if they don't, the thing is, the receiving core is John Mechie and Robert Woods.
Mm-hmm. They don't have a tight end either.
RJ's talking while he's muted.
Didn't realize. So John Mitchell just got cleared of all his cancer.
Yeah,
that's good.
Officially.
Yeah, I mean, they could add his teammate.
Yeah. Well, Cardinals are on the clock. They got 3 minutes left to get their pick in.
They're 100% trying to make a trade.
They're sweating down to the wire.
The reports today were that they have offers. So, I mean, I just want to see it. I want to see a surprise team jump up here.
I mean, the thing is, like, are you getting any report? I'm getting no report. So maybe there's just so many trade offers that no one can keep track of it.
I'm not getting. Yeah, I'm seeing the same thing we're all seeing.
Yeah.
I mean, luckily, well, not luckily for us,
my sources are lacking this year.
You know what would speed this up is if the clock didn't reset.
This year.
Because once the trade comes in, it goes back to 10 minutes.
That's bull schlocka.
I think it should be you have your 10 minutes to that slot and you better get your trades
continue
in
on.
quick. This ain't Madden where you can just pause the draft.
All right. So we're talking all this about the Cardinals trading. What happens if they stay here? What are they doing? Are they for sure taking Will Anderson? Jonathan Gannon, defensive guy. That's what they all said about D'Amico Ryans the last week. That he was going to take Will Anderson or something because he's a defensive guy. Maybe Jonathan Gannon decides to help his offense out.
Okay, I just got a report that the Cardinals traded with the Texans.
Wait, so the Texans are about to go back to back?
Big time trade. What?
Because the Texans traded, they still have a first round pick, so they could have traded the first round pick something else.
They're psychics.
They traded. What if they traded C.J. Stroud right away?
God! Go for Kyler Murray. None of this makes sense.
What if Kyler Murray's a Texan? Oh
no! There's no way.
You should have quit
I'm
Call
intrigued
of Duty,
now.
Oh wait, DeAndre Hopkins.
Yeah. They do need a wide receiver, and then
wait, that wouldn't make sense.
That wouldn't make sense
for the Cardinals to give up to go down.
Yeah, they wouldn't give him up to trade back.
Oh man,
the Texans are taking Will Anderson, 100%. Somebody said this today in a report. In an article I read. They're like the Texans could trade up and take both.
The picks are already in. I don't have it, but they already said that they turned it in. Man, Texans are being ballsy out here. They said, screw this rebuild. We're going right at it.
This really is Madden.
They're hoarding picks. You can't have more than 2 top 10 picks. Everyone knows that.
Yeah, it's just pure gluttony.
Look at the Texans draft room.
D'Amico Ryans is hype.
They picked it's Will Anderson, right? They got C.J. Stroud. Everybody thought it was maybe Will Anderson.
I don't know. I literally just heard some say that. Oh yeah, Will Anderson's not. Probably not the guy.
Yep. I got the pick.
We just talked about it.
If you got it, go for it.
All right. Houston trades up for number 3. This is going to shock the world.
Is it?
They drafted Will Anderson
Well,
Jr.
yeah, didn't shock the world.
No, it didn't shock the world.
Could you
Shocked the
imagine
world that they traded up for
but-
3, though. I mean, the one article I read, I got to find out who said that.
Could you imagine if they doubled down and they took like Will Levis or Anthony Richardson, and they're just like, we're taking both the top quarterbacks?
Crazy. If that would be a full Madden move.
That's definitely mad. That's this is make a competition. F it.
You see the guy on the phone, and like D'Amico Ryan's just trying to get the phone. Will Levis, now! Oh, Key and Peele, he's on the phone. Gotta go. Bye.
Well, okay, I got the trade details. The Texans traded number 12, 33, next year's first, and next year's third to get the third overall pick, and then the 105 pick this year.
Oh, Cardinals,
So nice
they're
little haul.
lock and loaded.
Yeah. Well, Will Anderson Jr., he was many people with the Jalen Carter off the field stuff. He was many people's number 1 overall defensive prospect. He's a kind of is what it is, kind of a tweener edge. But he had his last, not this year, but the year before, he had 17 sacks and 30 tackles for a loss. He's just a very twitchy defensive player. I like him more off the ball, but he's kind of, for me, I feel bad saying the man's the number 3 overall pick, but it's kind of like a poor man's Khalil Mack.
I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah. Are you going to be honest
I
with
got
me?
a weird report. This doesn't make sense.
You said doo dee doo 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 dee doo.
Oh, so I guess Micah Parsons and AJ Brown are on a live draft show with Bleacher Report, and Micah Parsons ripped the Titans for trading him last year. I was like, is that an old report that glitched in
Yeah,
Bleacher's report system?
I ripped them a year ago today. Everyone did.
Yeah, you semi-ripped them during the draft. But back to Will Anderson.
So we had him going third, just after the Cardinals.
Jeez, I'm sorry, that's a penalty in the NFL. He just like hit the guy in the head. But good hit.
Monster.
But my confession is that I probably watched and scouted the least Will Anderson because he was been projected to be like the number 1 player in the draft for so long. I've watched his highlights, but I mean, he looks good, and he's been rated as so high. I mean,
Here's my concern with
good.
Will. Here's my concern with Will Anderson. I could be completely wrong. He could be, a very good edge rusher. He's not Micah Parsons. He wins with hand placement and mobility, which go a long way in college. In the NFL, a lot of the left tackles and a decent amount of the right tackles are just going to put their body in front of you. And by the time you move and shuffle, the ball's out.
Yeah.
You need a level of explosiveness off the edge to be a very successful pass rusher. And from an undersized guy, I don't think he has it.
Just got
Colts.
a big news with the Colts.
Oh, you got the pick already?
I got an early one this time.
Oh, there you go again with your sources.
There's sources. I'm gonna find these out one of these days.
Well, they haven't. It hasn't been working well today, but this one is in. They got 4 minutes left according to my streaming right now.
Yeah, I got 4 minutes.
I can announce it, or we can wait. It's up to you guys.
Listen, you break that story.
I'm not breaking it. Many other people are seeing this.
No. You're breaking it.
All right, RJ, you want me to break it?
That is what it is.
What do you think? What do you think happened?
AR.
It says
RJ?
the pick is in.
Oh yeah, just let RJ enjoy the like a regular fan.
It does it. Well, what about the fans watching? They're watching for a reason. They want these early exclusives.
All right, this is the pick. The Indianapolis Colts are selecting. My reports had better be correct.
Anthony Richardson.
Anthony Richardson.
Okay, time out real quick. What I've been saying for like the past 2.5
Mock
months.
draft was right. I made the right pick. Hey,
Ding, ding,
hey,
ding,
hey.
ding.
That was stupid, but I'm excited.
I've been saying for months.
Last two were right. That's
It was just the most obvious thing. Shane Steichen wants to run the same offense, and Anthony Richardson is the most physically gifted quarterback.
Whoa. He's not going to be able to run the same offense he ran in Philly. That takes precision and accuracy. Jalen Hurts.
He wants to try.
He's going to run way more with Jonathan Taylor, smashing power O, and then doing, way more read options with Anthony Richardson. Not that the Eagles didn't do a lot. We did, but I think it'll be a different twist.
Well, here's my thing, right? You
Does he start day one?
Well, who else are they going to play?
Gardner Minshew.
Find another old quarterback. Gardner
Exactly.
Minshew's signed with somebody, right? Oh, the Colts.
I thought he was.
Yeah.
I thought he was back up for the
God.
Colts, too.
Just saw a commercial for Evil Dead. Didn't need to see that in the middle of this.
Here's the thing with Anthony Richardson. Him and Jonathan
Let's say he
Taylor.
looks lost.
He's probably on something right now.
Anthony Richardson.
No,
Anthony Richardson, I know your future. They haven't even called you yet.
he's oblivious. Look at that. 10 touchdowns of 40-plus
Or they
yards,
called him,
most
they
in
just haven't shown it.
college. But here's the thing with Anthony Richardson. He's got the big body. What did he run? Like a 4.4 40. He's going to have a top 5 arm in the NFL. Him and Jonathan Taylor in the right system could easily lead the league in rushing yards and touchdowns. And the Colts receiving core is all freaks. They're all 6'4", 6'5", 6'6", 6'7". Get them downfield, let him run around and just fling it up there. AFC South, I mean, I hate to admit it, it's not the greatest division. Ideally, you want to let him sit and marinate for a year, but you could do worse things than start a freak athlete at quarterback and see what happens.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I said on the podcast, I think that me and you had a discussion, Taylor. I didn't know if I would take Anthony Richardson this high to be a guy that you don't know if you want to start the first year or if he's going to be. I think I said that if you do draft him, you have to like utilize him and just use his physical talents and get him like 15 rushing touchdowns, a ton of yards rushing, and hopefully that he doesn't have like the turnover trait and he doesn't turn the ball over too much. But yeah, those physical gifts make you salivate.
I mean, he's 100%. There are going to be times where he gets exposed early on by teams, but he's also at the same time, he is going to make a lot of teams look stupid with his physical gifts.
Yeah,
look at that throw.
Oh,
He
just
here's the read option,
effortlessly.
little option, and he just guns it to the sidelines. Here's another one, option, tucks it, takes off, and he's faster than everyone on defense.
Yeah, he had 39 missed tackles in 2022.
And here's the thing. Everyone keeps saying he's got a body like Josh Allen and Cam Newton. But he's also faster than Josh Allen and Cam Newton.
Yeah.
He is a little slimmer than those guys we talked about, but
he's a
way more agile. Yeah.
Oh look, that was his highlight pass. Play action, bootleg, jump, pump fake to fake out the defender, spin around, and then you gun it to your wide open receiver in the end zone.
What a freaking line.
Yeah, I mean, he's got highlights. He just doesn't have a ton of, experience. But I hope he turns out good. Shane Steichen's a good coach, good offensive mind. Hopefully it turns out well. I heard a lot this week that they were high on Will Levis, but I think that Anthony Richardson's the right
Oh.
pick there.
The comp is
Yes.
McNabb.
Yeah, ESPN's cranking out the Donovan McNabb comp.
So Anthony Richardson?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So disrespectful to Donovan McNabb.
I mean, coming out of college, Donovan McNabb was very mobile, but Donovan McNabb in 1999 or 8, whenever it was
9.
he was a number 2 overall pick.
Yeah, Tim Couch, then Donovan McNabb. Oh no, it was like Tim Couch, Ricky Williams, McNabb, or was it?
No, it was
Ricky.
McNabb because Eagles fans wanted Ricky Williams.
Oh yeah, he was 3 to the Saints.
Was it Ricky Williams?
Yeah.
It's the Saints.
Okay, I'll be honest. The Donovan McNabb comp is not bad.
It's not bad, but their careers are.
He's like,
maybe it's not.
He's like physically Donovan McNabb physically with interest for 20 years later.
So what do the Seahawks do?
And he's way more athletic.
Taking
Donovan
McNabb,
But 20 years ago, Donovan McNabb was the equivalent. If Anthony Richardson came out 20 years ago, people's heads would explode.
That's true.
Foul. 2 fouls.
They're watching.
You can't tuck a ball as a quarterback and run 80 yards downfield.
That was a good one. That's true though. They're watching the tape and literally just like master exploder. Boom.
It's like
that.
that.
Not mean.
It's that old Andre Johnson commercial where he throws the ball down like 80 yards downfield and then runs and catches it. He actually does it, and they go, "Oh, that's some pretty tricky highlight tape." And it's like, "Oh no, he actually did this yesterday."
What is this witchcraft? Seattle's taking it down to the last.
We know they don't need a quarterback. They just re-signed Geno Smith.
Because they're clearing
false.
it. They're clearing it with their PR team if they can draft Jalen Carter.
Maybe they really liked Anthony Richardson and they're trying to trade now.
I don't know.
That wouldn't make sense.
And then Hooker.
I hope they don't pick Jalen Carter.
Hey, you want him to follow the Eagles?
I think the Eagles need to trade up to get Jalen Carter if he falls past Seattle, because I think the Bears would take Jalen Carter.
Bears need Jalen.
And also, here's the other problem. I've seen a ton of mock drafts lately having Atlanta picking Bijan Robinson, so that's 2 of mine.
Yeah, yep. Bijan is, yep. Atlanta's a big one.
It all depends on what Seattle does here. Seattle could go with corner matchup with Tariq Woolen.
I think Atlanta likes some. They have 3 backs they used last year that they like. I feel
Yeah,
like,
I mean they drafted Algier.
Yeah, Algier, and then they
Algier.
had the 2 other guys. I can't remember their names right now, but they all did pretty
Bijan
well
Robinson's
overall as a group.
Different level.
Why is Seattle going down to the wire? The picks have been 3 quarterbacks and Will Anderson. None of that should be really a surprise.
That's why I'm curious. Did they really? They got bad intel.
This is that tripping and fumbling
Carroll,
stuff we were talking about.
Pete Carroll's been listening to the 20-year-old intern for like 3 months. Just said they weren't going to pick Anthony Richardson. I have nobody on the draft board.
Their draft board is just Anthony Richardson circled.
Somebody get Denver on the phone. Can we get Russ back?
The owner comes in. He's like, "Are you sure about that?" He's like, "Yeah. We got this." Oh, pick is in.
Pick is in.
All right. It's got to be okay. Let's look at the board. All right. It could be.
Whoa.
Oh, never mind. Break it.
No, I'll wait.
Break
it.
it.
It could be Jalen Carter. Could be
With that whoa, I'm not thinking Jalen Carter.
Peter Skoronski.
Going secondary? No, they have secondary. They don't need corners. At Tariq Woolen, they got Kyler. Oh, they didn't go Christian Gonzalez? Witherspoon? No.
Brian Branch?
Get out of here with that face. And they're trying to make the Legion of Boom too.
Hey, I just said a few minutes ago they might want to pair somebody up with Tariq Woolen.
They got Kobe Bryant.
Kobe Bryant, that's what it was.
Yeah, but
You know.
there's a couple of corners in this draft that would start right away.
It's Witherspoon, right?
You want me to break it?
Yeah, break that story.
It has
All right.
Witherspoon.
At number 5 for Seattle.
Devin Witherspoon.
Yeah, I knew. That's why also I was putting Joey Porter with Washington if they don't trade back, because Witherspoon was going to go higher.
So he was my favorite corner in the draft. Feisty, man-to-man guy.
He's probably the best.
He's a little undersized.
Yeah, he's probably the best.
I like Christian
Gonzalez.
I like Christian Gonzalez too. I just think for what Seattle does, and they have Tariq Woolen, I think Devin Witherspoon's a nice pairing there. Didn't expect it from Seattle, but I get it.
Jalen Carter off the field, you never know. But with Witherspoon, you can put him on the boundary. He can play that, man cover 3. You can leave him alone with the receiver. He can hold his own. He's got the athletic tools. He was my favorite corner not my favorite, but he was my number 1 corner. A little earlier than anyone thought, but good for him. Good for Devin Witherspoon.
They're really loading up that secondary. All right, so now that we had Jalen Carter going here, now that he's not there, so we had Tyree.
The Lions, I could see taking Jalen Carter.
So this was in the Lions, Jalen Carter, and then you have the 2nd overall pick last year.
The Lions, I was thinking could go corner, but maybe if they love Devin Witherspoon.
Damn, what a hit! Whew. Jesus.
Taylor, did you say Devin Witherspoon was your top corner in this draft?
He was my number 1 rated corner. He's not my favorite, but I just think for the Seahawks defense, he's the best fit for them.
Excuse me.
He's probably the best man cover corner. When you just look at coverage skills, range, and athleticism. Because it doesn't there's plenty of corners that are really good man covers in college, but when you consider all the different types of athletes that they're got being lined up in the NFL, it does put look at that explosiveness.
He's a tackling machine.
He's not afraid to come up and make a tackle. In a perfect world, you pair him up with Tariq Woolen, and Seattle has their cornerback duo for the next
10 years.
I was going to say 5 to 8.
Yeah, probably not 10.
Just
never works out that way.
Yeah, no.
I like that pick. I didn't expect it, but I like it.
Yeah.
Well, now it starts on the clock. How far will Jalen Carter fall?
That's exactly.
According to everything I've read, not past 10. According to Jalen Carter himself, you saw what he was asked by a reporter. He said, the Eagles told me I'm not falling past 10.
Well, he's not falling past 10. Once they get to that point, someone's trading up for him.
I don't want him to go to Philly. Please don't go to Philly.
Going back to Philly. Going back to Philly. I don't think so. Look, this guy's bigger than Bryce Young is. He's making Roger Goodell look like a normal human being.
Just a guy.
You're not that guy.
Where is Detroit gonna go?
I mean, Will Levis is still on the board.
They do have Jared Goff. They could groom under him.
Goff? Yeah. We'll see. I don't know. He's playing good, but I don't know if I want anybody to learn behind him.
It's too early to take any of the receivers in this draft class. Detroit's O-line is good enough that they don't have to waste a top pick on O-line. You got Jalen Carter,
Tyree Wilson.
Tyree Wilson, Christian Gonzalez could be in play. Maybe this is where Bijan Robinson.
Whoa.
Is the pick in? Trade alert! Trade alert! Wee.
Ooh. What's the trade?
You want me to put the team up or just keep it trade alert?
Yeah, put the team up. Who did it?
Oh,
What?
The Cardinals
They went back in?
up?
They went back in. They're like, God damn it.
So now they're going Jalen Carter. They pick a defensive player right now. You see Kyler Murray just quit.
No, they're going O-line,
going Major League
100%.
Gaming. What, Peter Skoronski? They going
Paris Johnson.
Paris Johnson? Broderick Jones?
I don't have that for sure. That's just my hunch. They need
All right,
offensive line.
here's the trade.
Skoronski.
I got the deets. Cool.
The Lions traded away the pick number 6 for pick 12 and 34.
So they're got the third. Well, technically it would be the 4th pick in the second round. Right, 3rd pick in the second round.
Oh, so the Cardinals kept the 12th pick.
No, they traded the 12th. 12th and 34.
That was the Texans. Remember, that was the Texans' original
second
first round pick.
So they traded the 12th and the 34th straight up for the 6th.
Yep. Let me think.
I guess Detroit didn't. I guess they valued what
somebody don't love.
Yeah, they must have similar value at 12.
I have a
think
feeling
they're probably gonna take a corner there.
I think it's Paris Johnson.
That's what I was saying.
I think they knew there wasn't the value. I mean, the need for a tackle that early. They traded back, got a haul of picks.
Yeah.
Traded back up, only giving up a 1 and a 2. Because once you get, because look who they jumped. Raiders,
Falcons, Bears,
Eagles.
Yeah.
4 teams that could take offensive line. So I think I'm saying Paris Johnson. Could be Skoronski. I'm just
going with Skoronski to be. Yeah, I'm just gonna stick with what I said with Skoronski.
Paris Johnson is probably the best pure left tackle.
It says pick is in for the Lions, but I think they just have it wrong. Yep, there it is. Trade pick. The fools.
Idiots.
Pick is in. For now, the pick is in for us.
Who would have thought? Who would have thought the Cardinals would be pulling all these draft shenanigans? So how many trades have we had? 2?
What, that's the third one, isn't it?
No, it's 2. Right?
Second.
Cardinals pick is in.
I said there'd be 3 trades in the top 10. I need one more trade to happen.
I think it's highly possible. I have a hunch Howie jumps the Bears for Atlanta. Atlanta wants Bijan. They can get him at 10. Eagles want Jalen Carter. Jump the Browns. Raiders, I bet you they go corner. This is how it's going to go. It's going to go Eagles trade for 8. Cardinals are going to pick Paris Johnson. Raiders are going to pick Christian Gonzalez. Falcons are going to trade with Eagles. Eagles take Jalen Carter. Bears take Skoronski. Falcons take Bijan Robinson. That's my guess.
Not
Jalen Carter still ends up on the Eagles, though.
That's just my guess. It's probably going to be completely wrong. Here we go.
All right. With the number 6 overall pick, the Cardinals select Paris Johnson Jr. out of Ohio State, left tackle. Well, boys. Some of us just know how it's going to go.
Yeah, we called that one.
Good stuff, boys.
Well, it makes sense, right? We've seen enough of Kyler Murray running around for his life. We've seen enough of his body just not being able to take the rigors of a full NFL season. So go in at pick number 6 and get him the best left tackle in the draft.
Yeah, I mean, he's versatile. He played guard 2 years ago, and then he played tackle last year.
Slam him over.
He's big boy, 6'6",
Just look at these highlights.
over $3.
Look at the feet. Just the feet. It's all you gotta look at.
It's the anchor. He's got that anchor.
Now, I'm going to admit, a couple weeks ago when we talked about players we did and didn't like, I didn't not like Paris Johnson. I just said I would take him later. And I thought he had the loosey-goosiness that I didn't like in offensive tackle. But the more I watched his videos and stuff and read about him and his versatility, kind of bought me in on him a little bit more.
Is he one of the best left tackle prospects we've seen? No. Could he improve? Yeah, he's. I won't call him a waist bender. I wouldn't call him a waist bender, but he could fix his technique some. He reaches a little bit, but he's not bad. He's very mobile for that large body, and as a pure pass protector, he's the best. He's the best option there is, and that's obviously what the Cardinals traded back up to do.
Yeah, it's funny too because I just read earlier today that Paris Johnson was Kyler Murray's choice.
Yep.
So Jonathan Gannon's sitting there like, Kyler, what do you need?
This seems to be cohesive, but I think they had to switch it up after, especially drafting all these defenders, and it hasn't worked out. Give somebody that can hold down your line.
Who have they been drafting? Who did they pick last year?
I can't remember last year, but I know they got Isaiah Simmons the year before that. Or was that 2020? 2020?
Last year they took that linebacker out of Tulane.
Yeah, it's been like,
oh yeah.
I think it's been 7 defenders to 3 offensive players is the ratio the last like 2 or 3 drafts since Kyler Murray's been the quarterback.
I'm pulling the list now.
I got it right here.
They went Zaven Collins, linebacker, Isaiah Simmons, linebacker, Kyler Murray, Josh Rosen, Hassan Reddick, edge, Robert Ndiche, defensive tackle, Humphreys, tackle, Buchanan, safety, Cooper, guard. So recently it's basically been quarterback or defensive front 7.
Especially if you do like first and second round the last like 3 years.
Yeah, I mean it makes sense. They just paid Kyler Murray. You got to protect your investment.
All right,
we've already mentioned we say it every year. It's always our prediction. We predicted it before the season started this year. They were going to have a rough year, and Cliff Kingsbury was going to get fired, and Kyler Murray was going to get hurt. We literally predicted all of those things. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
All right, Vegas is on the clock. Looking at the best available, you have Will Levis. If you want to have someone sit under Garoppolo, that seems to be Garoppolo's pattern. You could go Jalen Carter. I don't know if Vegas wants to have another problem guy on their team. Christian Gonzalez.
I think Christian Gonzalez.
That's what I'm thinking too. Secondary definitely needs some help.
Was the pick in?
No. 3 minutes on the clock.
3:30.
Can we zoom in on that board? What do they got? Any good notes on there?
Yeah, right.
They're just
empty spaces so far.
Yeah, what a coincidence. Christian Gonzalez. Someone's behind the camera talking to him. Like, don't react. But
is there any way they go Will Levis?
I don't think
it's
so.
It's a possibility. But I feel like, if they wanted if there was a different quarterback, for some reason.
CJ Stroud fell.
Bryce Young, CJ Stroud. Yeah, exactly. Different story. But I don't think they take this high of a pick.
I don't know. Josh McDaniels might be a mayo and coffee guy.
He probably is.
Yeah, anything that's wrong is Josh McDaniels, so it makes sense.
Exactly. So
Raiders. He would fit. And especially like Taylor said, the trend with Jimmy Garoppolo, that to have somebody draft and sit behind you.
I'll be honest though, as soon as this Raiders pick is in, I'm taking a cheeseburger break.
I was about to say I'd take a bathroom break, but I might wait
until
I have the top 10. Good on you, my boy.
All right, pick is in. Pick
Will
is
Levis.
in.
Pick is in.
I think McDaniels wants to win now.
What wins you right now?
Skoronski or Christian
No.
Gonzalez?
Christian
don't-
Gonzalez.
I see Christian
I think
Gonzalez.
Christian Gonzalez. That was my I was saying it's realistically they could use more O line, and secondary is probably the biggest need though.
However, McDaniel is the biggest wild card.
And that's where Levis comes in with the mayo and coffee.
I'm trying to think. Christian Gonzalez.
See Joey Porter Jr. this early?
I think it's Christian Gonzalez. Maybe O-line. Maybe Peter Skoronski.
That's what Skoronski or
That's
Christian
what RJ
Gonzalez,
was
probably.
saying.
Wild card, they go tight end. Jesus, that would be.
No way.
I'm
this
saying
where
wild
Kincaid-
card. This is where he loses his fan base.
This is
Does he have his fan base?
Shouldn't.
I got the pick.
All right, do your thing.
Now wait.
You're gonna make us wait. Build up the suspense. Do we have a graphic for this player? That'll tell me all I need to know.
Yeah, but I did like 40 players.
Oh shoot.
Just kidding. I did 32.
Hopefully pick the right 32.
Yeah, that would be impressive.
That would.
This is I'll say it right now, based on
Only
what we've
31
just been
picks, so
talking
yeah,
about
extra
for the last few minutes, this is we're all wrong.
Wouldn't be Bijan Robinson.
Not with Josh Jacobs having a career year.
It's not a receiver.
Do you want me to post it? Or wait.
Smith,
Drop
Smith
it.
Juba?
Drop it. Tyree Wilson.
Tyree Wilson. Oh, so I was thinking possibly to pair up with Crosby, but they also had Ngakoue, right? Or who they have? I can't remember. Either way,
Honestly, I forgot about Tyree Wilson falling a little bit.
I didn't forget about him. I just thought they'd go a different direction.
Yeah, I didn't think that was their biggest need.
Mm-mm.
However, in that division now with Herbert, Mahomes,
Chandler
and Russell
Jones, too.
Wilson,
They had Chandler Jones still playing. He's getting old.
Yeah, I mean the Raiders.
It's not a bad pick though. You got Tyree Wilson, Max Crosby on both ends. It's a pretty dangerous combo.
Yeah, I mean they could. I don't think they could not use pass rush, but
look at this guy's swagger as he was walking up there.
No, he's definitely got some swag. So far, he's my favorite. He got my favorite like fit so far, easily.
Well, here's the thing.
the Raiders blew 4 double-digit halftime leads last year.
Yeah, but I mean, I like him. He's got all that length, and he has a good motor. And
Reminds me of Montez Sweat, if I'm being honest.
He's a freak. His size is ridiculous. His arm length too. Look at him.
He's bendy, right? I like that. I don't like my D line to be stiff.
I like Preston Smith too, honestly.
He gets skinny. He knows how to use his length. You could have him put more. He can put more mass on that frame if he wants to. I don't hate the pick. I'm just surprised by it. That's honestly it. I just wasn't thinking.
Yeah,
Raiders.
that's a good pick.
Yeah, I feel the same way.
7.5 foot wingspan. That's just ridiculous. Yeah, punch reach just extended, and just you're not getting close to him.
All right, it's burger time.
This is where it gets interesting at Atlanta.
Do they go Bijan? Do they like mustard their dogs or ketchup?
It just do the. I think it depends if the Eagles think they need to jump Chicago to take Jalen Carter. I really do think that's who they want.
So also, are they rocking with Ritter? Is it Ritter, Mariota Ritter combo? That's what's going on. Or no, Heineke. I forgot we got Heineke over there too as backup.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to go quarterback. They can get better value, and they do have Ritter. So
Heineke will be playing by week 5. Heard it here first.
I mean, Arthur Smith was with the Titans when they drafted Jeffrey Simmons, and he basically turned around their whole defense. Could he look to do the same with Jalen Carter? Pick is in.
Carter,
The
Pick is in.
he's reversal.
No trade.
Will Levis seems to be on the camera right now. That's what we said. Quarterback, they got to go Levis.
All right, now my hopes and dreams are crushed because that means the Eagles couldn't get a trade and are probably content taking offensive line. And
Because Jalen
Paris
Carter
Johnson is gone, and if they pick Skoronski, the pick is in. It's what we. It's what we knew. It's what we thought.
Bijan Robinson.
Wow. Okay. Baja Robinson, as we like to refer to him as.
Literally did not see that coming at all until the last few days. Everybody was like, "Well, they run their biggest successes come with having a power runner," and
it's going to be a power running short pass game. That's
here's
what we're going to be doing. Relying on the after the catch type of plays.
Here's my thing. The reason I didn't foresee this pick is because Arthur Smith has already had 2 years of not the best success. So I'm thinking as a head coach trying to
get Derrick Henry number 2.
Trying to, save your job. I don't know if Bijan Robinson's really doing much. Their team isn't. It's not going to be like when the Cowboys drafted Ezekiel Elliott and
It's going
to be more so with the Jaguars when they drafted Leonard Fournette. You can have a great talent, but if the rest of the team's garbage, it doesn't really help.
You have Kyle Pitts, you got Drake London.
What's going to happen?
Robinson, who's leading the offense?
They're going to use Bijan Robinson to probably develop Desmond Ridder.
Cordell Patterson.
And by the time they get good, Bijan Robinson's going to be done. He's going to be there too much tread, or he's going to be traded.
It's all that what if. He's got to do it. He's still got to do the damn thing.
Yeah, I mean, he's...
that's crazy about it. Ezekiel Elliott was exactly what I was thinking. It's like you get a highlight player to a team that's, doing pretty good. You got a good offense going. It adds that, that extra step. Perfect. But the Falcons aren't even at that level.
I mean,
he's one of the worst teams in the NFC.
If they believe in Ridder, Bijan Robinson, he can catch out of the backfield. He averaged 16 yards per catch for Texas last year, which is insane for a running back. He's a true 3-down back. So, I mean, are they going to want to pay him in 4 years? Who knows?
We'll see.
I
hope Ridder can develop.
Went to a team that was more established to see him in the playoffs. I don't think Atlanta's a few years out.
Elevating that. Imagine Bijan on the Buffalo Bills. Whew.
Yeah, or the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, the Eagles. That would be a scary thing. I'm glad it didn't happen, though. Glad the Cowboys or the Eagles didn't get him.
The only thing, Trevor, is Jalen Carter to the Eagles is looking more and more like it's going to happen.
I mean, the Bears. All I've heard is the Bears were the number 1 overall pick. All we heard was the Bears were going to take Jalen Carter. Some stuff happened. The Bears traded back. They traded back, and now they still might get the guy.
It's like draft day all over again.
Yeah. If they pick Jalen Carter, I think the Eagles should trade back.
Yeah.
If they hadn't have signed Bradbury and got Darius Slay back, they could get a great corner here, but I don't think it's, I don't think the value's there to draft a corner.
So Bears are going as what? Jalen Carter or Skoronski, because Justin Fields still needs some protection.
They should really help Justin Fields. I mean, they could go with the theme of the Cardinals.
Broderick.
Maybe. They could go Skoronski. They could go Broderick.
Broderick Jones.
Is there anybody else they could possibly reach for offensive lineman wise? Probably not.
Not the wand or anything yet, I don't think.
No. There's no way they don't reach this far for Darnell Wright.
We're getting to that sweet spot where the draft is a little bit more predictable in this middle area. It's got to be Skoronski, Jalen Carter, maybe Broderick Jones, Christian Gonzalez.
Yeah, Christian Gonzalez is slipping back a little farther than I thought. That's a good thing for Washington Commanders fans.
The ticker on NFL Network just showed the Eagles had the 9th pick and the Bears had the 10th.
You think they trade swap?
What's the point of doing that? Yeah, the Eagles are on the clock. We got a trade alert. Why would you swap with the team right in front of you?
Because they think they're going to take the player they want, aka they really want to Jalen Carter, apparently.
So the Bears are like, we're going to take him, but if you give us this, we won't.
Essentially, that's like, what they did. Isn't that bribery?
That's essentially what they did. If they said they want Jalen Carter, so we pretty much just traded for Jalen Carter. We just traded some picks for Jalen Carter. That's my prediction. We traded the Bears.
If that's confirmed, I got it right. 3 trades in the first 10.
Eagles are on the clock, and I can confirm their pick is in immediately, and I can confirm what the pick is.
Hey, if you want to break the news,
Jalen
Carter.
Oh man, Taylor, 3 fucking trades in the first. Hey, look at Trevor, got his boy. He's happy as hell. Damn it.
Hey, we're played in the Super Bowl and then just got possibly with out the all-field stuff the best player in the draft. Now, what's the haul?
That's why you come to us, folks.
Spot.
We're breaking trades.
Sometimes you just
breaking trades, breaking picks.
I never expected them to trade with the Bears.
This is why you watch No Interference.
How often does that? Oh, here we go.
Pick is in.
The Eagles got Georgia defensive tackle Jalen Carter by moving a 2024 4th-round pick to go up 1 spot. They traded a 4th round. They traded a 4th-round pick next year for Jalen Carter. That's it.
Harry Roseman is being inducted to the Hall of Fame right now.
No,
the Bears GM.
The Bears obviously didn't want Jalen Carter, and they were like, probably were like, we're going to take him, but we'll take if you give us something, we'll move back because we actually want Skoronski.
Yeah, I'm sure the Eagles called them and said, "Hey,
we're taking Skoronski.
We're 1 pick behind you. Who are you picking?" And the Bears said, "We want this guy." And the Eagles said straight up, "We want Jalen Carter. Let's do a swap, and we'll just throw you a 4th."
It's the only thing that makes sense to
trust
me.
At that point,
which I'm totally fine with that. The Eagles have a ton of picks next year.
It's still, I feel like I would want a little more.
Oh yeah, if I was the Bears, I thought they would maybe 4th, I was thinking they maybe gave up the 30th, which would have sucked for the Eagles. But that's what I was thinking. I was like, please don't give up the 30th.
Man, Eagles just got friggin' Jalen Carter.
Jalen Carter, I'm so happy.
Still have another first-round pick.
This is the first time in Eagles history they drafted who I wanted them to draft.
You really said on Twitter that you're probably gonna be wrong about who they drafted.
I did say that. I said my number 1 choice would be for them to get Jalen Carter.
That's hilarious.
So Jalen Carter, we haven't
very, very salty as a Commanders fan. Do not want to deal with that motherfucker.
We haven't talked about Jalen Carter. Besides off-field issues, here's a good thing. Who do we have and who's probably going to be starting next year? Jordan Davis, Nakobe Dean, 2 of his teammates from that national championships. Who else better to keep him in wraps? Apparently, Jordan Davis was like his best friend. And we also have veterans, Fletcher Cox, Brandon Graham. It's good culture. So I think it's a really good fit for Jalen Carter.
Well, here's the thing.
He's just the ultimate disruptor. He's
athletic. Just crucify him right off the jump. He made a mistake when he's going to obviously paid for a little bit by falling down in his value, but you got to let him do his thing.
Jalen Carter is arguably the number 1 talent in this year's draft. He's 6'3", 310-ish. He's that sweet spot build for a defensive, like a modern defensive tackle. He can play the run, rush the passer. Is he like a stud, like run stopper, going to eat up two linemen? No, but he can defend his gaps and he can penetrate upfield. If you go back to 2021 season when Georgia had arguably the greatest defense ever put together in college history, he was their best defensive player. He was better than
Jordan Davis,
Walker,
Nakobe
Dean. He was their best defensive player that year. And then he has some off the field issues and falls to pick number 9. And the Eagles have already shown that they can take randos on the D line and turn them into a top pass rusher. So this is unfortunate for the rest of the league. That's the best way I can put it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, wow. Swap first and you give him a 4th. That is a friggin' steal.
Yeah, I'm putting out my tweet of gratitude
To Roseman, thank you.
Send him a
Do you-
goddamn
do you worship-
arrangement.
do you worship his throne every night before you go to bed?
Oh no, I
do have a
love
shrine,
Howie
don't you?
Roseman now, but I'll never forget him for Jalen Reagor.
And Arcega Whiteside.
30 Whiteside, second round pick. I can slightly forgive you for that. And we have AJ Brown, so he kind of made up for that. But the Jalen Reagor, come on,
Yeah.
what are we doing?
And Nelson Aguilar.
Algalore. He was a first round pick, wasn't he?
I'm not going to do it because we got a little bit ahead of ourselves. But I see the Bears pick. None of us expected this one.
Are they going secondary?
They're going Will Levis. I'm just kidding.
No. They're going
Wait,
What's his
why are you
name?
making that face? There's no way they picked Will Levis.
No. They picked the
Hang on,
wide receiver.
let me see.
Jackson Smith
Let me, see
Najila.
let me see my guy.
Ohio State.
There you are, Jalen. Where's Jordan Davis? He talked all.
Is
He
he there?
seemed like he really wanted to play for the Eagles too, which is awesome. All right, which one of you sons of bees is that got him in trouble?
All right. I mean, we know the off the field issues. He had the car speeding incident. 2 people were killed.
Player and assistant.
Player and an assistant. Turned himself in. There was an issue about what shape he was in at his pro day. I mean, if you're going through all that court stuff, I kind of understand maybe not being in the best shape of your life. Some things just aren't fair. Can't believe the Eagles got him.
Yeah, I mean Jalen Carter's pretty much like I think you said a little bit ago. There's Drew Rosenhaus. Great, that's his agent.
Somebody's getting paid.
Yeah. I think they said that sometimes he takes breaks on plays and
Perfect. That's all the Eagles do.
Doesn't have full engine on practice, full go, full motor. But Daniel Jeremiah was on PMT, and he was saying that when he was in Baltimore and they drafted Haloti Ngata, a lot of the tape showed Haloti Ngata taking breaks on plays. But he played so many snaps and he was running all over the field because he was so dominant. He needed to take breaks. And it was in college. And then in the NFL, he was in a rotation and he dominated for, a decade.
You know, everybody has the stamina to be out there, 3 downs, 4 downs every play, every drive.
When did him and Goodell have the time to make a secret handshake?
I always say that.
It's probably before court. What?
Now here's my thing. Bears pick is in. So many reports coming in about what the Eagles traded for, who they picked, before like even the Eagles account posted saying pick is in. Like, is the NFL ever going to be able to fix like the news not coming out before like the national broadcast?
No.
Like, is it possible?
Just too much
The internet
going
will
on.
internet.
Do we have the Bears pick?
You want me to break it?
Yeah, it's about time. Titans are on the clock, so let's just keep up. Pick number 10.
Hang on. Did I make a thing for this guy?
They go safety.
Here we go.
Branch.
All right, pick is in. The Chicago Bears at number 10.
Darnell Wright. Wow.
Hmm.
Okay.
Big boy. So the initial picture I got for him, he's standing with his arms like this, and his stomach is huge. I was like, I can't do that. Let me get a picture of him in action.
Can't do him like that. Darnell Wright.
Way higher than any draft board I saw.
We had him at 13.
We did? Oh, yeah, we
Yeah.
had him going to the Jets.
So here's the thing. Oh, we
I
already
thought he
announced. Like, let's just go for it. Darnell Wright. He big body tackle.
He's a
That's
big
one
boy.
thing. If you look at the other tackles, Peter Skoronski, a lot of people think that he might be a better guard than a tackle. At the end of the day, that's not that big of a deal. But if you look at the value of tackles versus guards, it's completely different. The other tackle that might be in here, this range, Broderick Jones. I like him. He's a physical freak, but he's 100% a better run blocker than he is pass blocker. Darnell Wright, I think he's played right guard, right tackle, and left tackle. He's powerful hands, wide base. I guess he's going to be protecting Justin Fields' blind side for the next few years.
So the one reason why this is a little confusing to me, I mean, protect your quarterback's blind side with the best pass protector you can get. But the way they run their offense, I know they want Justin Fields to evolve a little bit and, be more of a passer, so he's not like a running back out there and getting beat up. I think he can. It's not like he can't throw. He can, but he was fairly effective running last year. Do you want a running back? I mean, an offensive line that's a little bit more, like you were just saying a minute ago, can get out there and run, and I don't know. I mean, Skoronski could have been that, but I don't think it's a bad pick. I think they would have loved for Paris Johnson to fall to them.
Oh, there's Kelsey.
I mean,
They're moving.
yeah.
We're moving faster.
Ideally, they would want a Paris Johnson, but Darnell Wright, he's 21 years old. He's pretty young, 6'6". He has been playing at Tennessee, and they have that pass-heavy offense.
Oh, he's not even at the draft.
6'5", 333 pounds. He's got
Big
the double
boy.
knee brace. He's a big mauler.
Is he related to you guys?
He's got the same
Distant
size. He's literally
third.
the same size as me.
Third cousins.
A little bit bigger.
He's actually shorter. Yeah, he's shorter.
He's shorter and a little heavier than me.
a little heavier. Yeah.
So I didn't know this, but apparently there were already rumors out there that the Bears wanted him.
Ooh.
Against Brian Breesy right here.
Ooh.
Ooh. Breesy still got the tackle.
I got
What?
the Titans pick.
The pick is in already.
Snap.
If they pick Will Levis, I'm slinging this laptop out the window.
Look at his face. Should we wait for this one for live broadcast?
I'm just gonna look at these Darnell Wright highlights.
Yeah,
and just forget it.
I'll wait. I'll wait for it to come live.
Oh,
since
man,
it's
he just
Taylor's
threw
Same
that-
pick.
thing with the Commanders too.
He just threw that guy out the gym.
Yeah, I'm not gonna spoil anything for you guys.
I mean, okay, I don't like this comparison, but the Darnell Wright comp was Trent Williams by a lot of experts.
I mean, he could
Yeah.
grow into that.
Yeah.
I'm not comparing some guy to the best tackle in football right out the gate, but
Yeah, it's best tackle in football for the last 10 years at that.
okay. Well, assuming the Titans pick is in, and they did take Will Levis, let's just look at the much better players that are still available. Broderick Jones, Christian Gonzalez,
So Christian Gonzalez is still there.
Peter Skoronski,
It's looking good for Washington. Get a cornerback, I tell you.
Brian Branch. Titans don't need him, but if they move on from Kevin Byard. Jackson Smith, Jiba.
The G-Bub. DeWand. Pick is in, but we're on a commercial break. Oof.
Just take Broderick Jones. He's just right there on the board. Just
Is that what you want him to take? Good old B-Rod Jones.
as the board is right now, I would be thrilled to take Christian Gonzalez. Knowing
That
their
is a
needs,
good pick.
knowing their needs though, I would be very happy with Broderick Jones.
Joe, do you want me to give you a hint?
I'm fine with you announcing it, to be honest.
Oh, wow.
He's the Duke of the football.
The Duke.
So he went to Duke?
Duke Mayo.
Oh, you got Will Levis?
No, I'm just kidding. You didn't pick
Oh,
Will
Jesus.
Levis.
Duke's Mayo.
That's all I'm going to say. You guys didn't pick Will Levis.
Woo!
Thank
I
goodness.
needed-
You
I
had me
needed-
go.
I
for a
knew
second.
you didn't
Well,
want
I'll
to.
be honest. When he said Duke, I was like, did this idiot think Will Levis went to Duke because of the colors?
Because of the colors. I was like, Duke football, Duke Mayo. And he would like Duke Mayo.
Who's just still on the
Hey,
couch?
Duke's Mayo's good.
Taylor, I
Yes.
will say this. I didn't see this pick.
Oh, it's Skoronski.
You got it?
Nice. That's a good pick.
It literally, I didn't mean to just read it out there. I was just reading out loud. All
Sorry.
right. Pick number 11, the Tennessee Titans pick tackle out of Northwestern, Peter Skoronski.
Let's talk about versatility earlier. Paris Johnson. This guy is Mr. Versatile.
I mean, yeah, he was some had him ranked as the best lineman in the draft.
He was all right. As our friend of the show, Sean, just texted me, not a sexy pick, but perhaps the right pick. He can play guard, he can play tackle, technically sound. He's not the best run blocker in the draft. He's not the best pass blocker in the draft. He's probably the best combination of both, though. The biggest concern is he has short arms. And I get it, especially when you have friggin' like,
I would say.
especially when you have guys like Tyree Wilson with his 7-foot reach.
7 and change.
But
Lions back on the clock.
if you look at some successful tackles who have had short arms, the short arm tackles who have been successful as of late are Taylor Lewan, what a coincidence, Joe Staley, Donald Penn, and who else? Joe Thomas.
Joe Thomas is probably the best on that list.
It's all about technique. Like, you can get by with short arms. I get it. A lot of these teams have metrics. I'm the same way. I was complaining about Bryce Young earlier. But safe pick. Look at
Sorry if you've already essentially said this through your analysis, but Skoronski seems like a very solid player who's going to be able to start maybe at guard tackle, and he's very technically sound. he might not have the high ceiling, but he's probably going to be like a 10-year starter.
And
if that's fair.
I was like
assessment.
looking at Mike Vrabel in the draft room, see his reaction. But if you look at some of the Titans' recent draft picks, you go back 3 years ago and they took Isaiah Wilson. He didn't even make it a year before they cut him. 2 years ago, they took Caleb Farley. He's looking like a bust at cornerback. This year, they took Treylon Burks. Jury's still out on him. So maybe it is time just to – it's nice to just hit on a first-round pick. Like, sometimes you take that for granted, but it's nice to have a first-round pick that you can just bank on.
Whoa.
What just happened with the Lions?
Peter Skoronski. Sorry, I was watching the live.
Did something happen?
Yeah, I'm very surprised by the Lions pick.
Oh, you already have. I forget you're an hour ahead of all the picks.
That's what I'm saying, man.
You already know pick 30, don't you?
They go wide receiver.
This is hilarious because this was the last player I made a graphic for.
Were you going in order of how you thought they'd be drafted, or just by
I was looking at
coincidence?
draft boards, and I was like, who is probably going to be in the top 15 to 20 for sure? And
the
I didn't
Lions.
know about this guy. I didn't know if this guy would be, and I was like, let me take him just in case. He is not even close to being this high on any mock drafts.
Is it RJ's pick with Drew Sanders?
I was literally thinking Drew Sanders. You said that. I was like, no way, though.
No. Let me know when you want me to reveal.
Let me think. Lions.
Take in your
right-
Skoronski pick still if you want.
I mean, I said my piece on it. It's a safe pick.
They haven't listed at guard though on this here. I think he's playing left tackle in all these highlights.
I think he probably projects. I think he projects for a guard his first year. That's just me.
Yeah.
Well, the good thing about the Titans
Yeah, I
is they have
thought-
holes.
He's got
all
short.
over-
He's got short arms.
He's got holes. The Titans have holes
His
all over.
anchor ability.
So wherever he goes, he's in need. He feels a need. All right, Vrabel. Vrabel looks like he has some confidence. So
This seems like a Vrabel pick. I'd be happy as a Titans fan.
yeah,
I mean, what was it? Oh, Will Levis looks so annoyed. That's what you get for having mayo in your coffee.
can't trust a Mayo coffee drinker. Everyone knows that.
Or
Yeah, so
joking,
this is
even joking
actually-
about it.
So before I'm going to announce the Lions pick really quick, and then we can talk about Levis.
Yeah, picks in. Go for it.
All right. With the 12th pick, the Detroit Lions select.
Gibbs.
Jahmyr Gibbs. Wow.
I was gonna say that, but I was just like, no,
I don't get that pick.
me either.
He's literally
DeAndre Swift.
like
I mean, I know
DeAndre
you lost
Swift.
Jamal Williams.
he's DeAndre.
I mean, Swift does have injury problems, but they love Swift over there. They're like literally obsessed with him in Detroit.
Jahmyr Gibbs is really explosive, really fast. He can catch. DeAndre Swift. I would have gotten
Bruce
it if they
Staley is
drafted
literally
Bijan.
like
I would have understood if they drafted Bijan Robinson high or if he fell 12. But Jahmyr Gibbs, I just don't get it. I mean, they
Like,
could
at
have
this point.
gotten
Christian Gonzalez is falling.
Christian Gonzalez,
At this point,
Joey
why
Porter Jr.
they could have?
That's what I'm saying. Let's go. Money. Especially because all
They
these
coulda
tackles
just-
got taken already.
They could have just not traded back and taken Bijan Robinson.
Exactly. Maybe they didn't like Bijan Robinson.
Okay, so my comp for Gibbs was Jamal Charles, but
That's
a
probably
good
best
comp.
case scenario.
well, yeah, I'm being optimistic. But
I've heard the Kamara comp.
no, Kamara's a bit is thicker build.
Play
Yeah,
style.
Here's his highlights. At Georgia Tech, he ran that triple option, and it was literally just find a crease and hit it. And I texted RJ when he declared that he was transferring to Alabama. I was like, dark horse Heisman right here. He's got some wiggle. Breakaway speed is definitely his biggest attribute. He's an explosive play waiting to happen. he's a little slight, 5'9", 5'10", right at a smidge under 200 pounds. He can line up outside. He can run some routes, you know. In a million years, I would have never picked him to Detroit.
Here's my question. If you really like Jahmyr Gibbs, I get that if you really like him, you just take him so you don't risk it. But was anybody going to take him inside there? Like, you couldn't have traded back a little bit?
You could have traded back.
So.
You could have traded back at least to 20 and been confident no one was going to touch him. I think you could have.
I had excited Dan Campbell is too. They really wanted Gibbs.
I mean, they're hype.
Very hype.
I was thinking Bills.
Dragon.
I was thinking Bills, maybe Chargers, maybe. I don't love this, and I'll die on this hill. Even if he's a perennial 1,000-yard rusher, it's a bad pick.
They've had so many other needs over running back. Is where I think we're going with it. So Green Bay,
Will Levis.
I
think they go with. I think they go Ohio State receiver
Smith-Njigba, Jackson Smith-Njigba.
I think they get Jordan Love help, and they rub it in Aaron Rodgers' face for drafting a receiver in the first round for the first time in like 20 years.
I think I gave him Michael Mayer, the tight end. But I think at that point,
he's a very solid tight end. He can block.
Smith-Njigba had already been gone off our board. Pick is in.
Picks in.
So looking at our best available players: Christian Gonzalez, Broderick Jones, Jackson Smith-Njigba, Brian Branch, Michael Mayer,
Joey Porter Jr.,
Will Levis.
We got Lucas Van Ness.
I was gonna say, could this be
Jordan
Lucas
Addison,
Van Ness? Maybe
Quentin.
Lucas Van Ness, you say?
I don't know if they go that direction.
I'm gonna announce the pick.
Gotcha.
You got it. Okay.
With the 13th pick in the NFL draft, the Green Bay Packers select
Lucas Van Ness. It is nice. I was so wrong.
You called it, so I was like, I got to announce it.
Yeah.
I mean,
super raw.
Yes, he never started for.
No, watch his
Iowa.
highlights though. It's he jumps off the tape. But I didn't love him, but
it's just fun. Now nobody's there to bitch at him for not going offense on their picks. Rodgers is gone. They can do whatever they want. We're going defense still.
Yeah.
Sorry, Jordan Love. We will not give you any help.
I mean, he's been a big riser on the draft boards. Big body.
They lost what? They lost Zarius Smith.
They lost him last year.
Did they? Yeah. So they need some more edge help. But still have Preston Smith.
Yeah, if you look at the Packers depth chart as of right now, of course, I need to get my computer to load before I do that for you.
They got Gary still, who's a really good pass rusher. They drafted Walker last year in the first round, a linebacker.
Well, if you look at pass rush, it's Devontae Wyatt, Preston Smith, Kenny Clark,
Kenny Clark,
Rashawn Gary. Preston Smith is getting old.
Wait, Packers Gary, that was Aaron Rodgers trade. Never mind. Whew.
Rashawn Gary, I don't think he's ever going to be a big sack number guy. If you look at Lucas Van Ness, it's all about potential. Again, 21 years old, young guy.
He's literally, if you built an NFL football player in Madden, it would look like him, like build wise and athleticism.
Yep, I'm trying to pull up his official numbers. So he's 6'5", 272, 34-inch arms. So he's got all the length that's needed. He ran a 4.58. He's got a 1.6 split. So he's very explosive. Actually, just seeing him on the phone now with his get up.
Oh, we got our Mahomes girlfriend. We got Mahomes. We got Brittany.
Well, listen, you can see him right here. Look at him. He's 6'5", 272. He's explosive. He's athletic. Watch his highlights. Look at that bull rush. I watched his highlights because I saw a lot of Eagles picking him at 10 the last few months. I was like, I don't like him, but you watch his tape and it's hard not to like him. Like the burst inside. Look at that. Look at that. He just anchored that big guy right off. Oh, this is the highlight I kept seeing. The split. Yep. Like there's not a lot not to like. He's just a little bit more raw.
Yeah, I mean, look at it.
Oh, he's a hockey guy. Oh, Jesus. Oh, God.
What pick are we at?
That's
13?
me in NHL. Yeah.
So you look at pick 13.
It's 13, yeah.
You're getting a prototypical frame. He's explosive. To me, he's
I'm second Will Levis.
He's kind of a straight line player, but he's a good athlete. My main thing is
athlete.
If you can
hang on, time out. Which one is his girlfriend? Which one's his sister? And which one's his mistress?
Judged by his outfit, it could be any of the three.
Time out. I bet you two of them are his sister because they both look like him. So I apologize.
Okay, here's my thing with Lucas Van Ness.
Trade alert. Patriots trade alert. Trade alert.
Steelers
trade up.
Joey Porter Jr.
Oh,
the
jumping
the Commanders. Oh, I can't wait to yell at Anna about this.
Oh, she's a Steelers fan. I forgot about that.
She's a Steelers fan, yes.
Well, some people are right, some people are wrong.
They're my second team now, unfortunately.
Oh, God, you're sick.
I told you this.
Just kidding. I mean,
you're sick. Why would you do that?
I still root for
being from Baltimore originally. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I root for the Ravens for Taylor, but I still root for the Titans.
Never in my life.
So Steelers are on the board.
Please don't be Joey Porter Jr.
Well,
I can see Joey Porter Jr. already in the Steelers uniform.
I'll be honest. I'm surprised that Christian Gonzalez is still on the board.
If he's on the board when Washington, because New York doesn't need another corner right now, right? You know what I'm saying?
The Jets now.
Yeah. So if Washington could get Christian Gonzalez, I'll be completely fine with that.
Yeah, I mean, let's see. We got Christian Gonzalez, Will Levis, Broderick Jones, Dalton Kincaid, Van Ness got picked.
What about Deontay Banks? I don't think we're
Jackson Smith. I can't say his last name.
Jackson Smith Jiba.
Najiba.
Just say it fast. It sounds
Michael.
better.
Now the Jets do have Aaron Rodgers now. Is there any way?
They got their pick in.
Is there any way that the Jets are like, we'll do whatever you want, Aaron Rodgers, and they go like offense, tight end, or something?
Who is it? Broderick Jones. Broderick Jones is Steelers.
How did you see that so quick?
They didn't announce it. They're just showing him on camera.
It's on ESPN.
They say pick is in.
They said pick is in, but
you're just making speculation. We don't speculate on this podcast. This is all straight facts.
It says right here.
It says Broderick Jones is the pick.
No, it was just showing his camera at his house. It wasn't saying he was the pick.
Oh,
RJ, I got the pick right here.
Well, why if you had to pick?
You embarrassed
us. That's not it. It said Broderick Jones pick is in right here.
Let's announce this. Oh, hang on, real quick before you announce the pick.
They've yet to show somebody at their house before
It's
they've
the
been
same.
picked,
What's
too.
some of the fourth round picks? They flipped
right.
first, and the Patriots got a fourth from the Steelers.
I'm announcing the pick
At the
after
same
RJ's
time, too. they're
at
really
RJ's
shit.
after RJ's embarrassment.
Let me announce this one. I need
You
you to
ha-
flash
you
up
have
the
the pick?
graphic. No, with the 14th overall pick, the Pittsburgh Steelers draft Broderick Jones, tackle out of Georgia.
What do you mean? They know Bears. I got it right here.
I know you got it right. I had to.
You kept that going. You got that, you son of a bitch.
So they're helping out their second-year quarterback, Kenny Pickett,
And they're
I'm
helping
cool
out.
with it.
They're helping out
Najee
Najee Harris.
They got young receivers still. They
They
got
wanna run him into the
Deontay
ground.
Johnson. They got the guy who's the big guy they got, the Steelers receiver. They drafted him last year.
RJ, what's his name?
Steelers receiver
Oh, George Pickens.
George Pickens.
All right, Broderick Jones. Here's a
Hang
story
on.
him.
I'm watching the live pick. Yep. I want to see how big he looks because I always hear he's big. Oh, God. He probably hates the Steelers. He looks like a baby.
He's 21.
He reminds me of
Yeah, I guess they're all
little,
babies.
little Yachty.
He won't even put on. He wouldn't even put on the hat. All right, Taylor, go ahead with your
All right.
analysis.
So his measurements are 6'5", 311, 34 and 3/4 inch arms. He ran a 4.97, had a 1.7 split and 30-inch vertical jump. He has, for his position, he's in like the 80th percentile or above pretty much everything. He is a freak athlete, basically. He has size, length.
He looks like
He's very aggressive.
he looks
that's
like a tight end.
He's well, it's right there on the board. He's very agile. He's a smooth mover. He's Andrew Thomas from last year out of Alabama without the polish. But he's got violent hands. He wants to push everything upfield. His weaknesses are experience. His technique gets sloppy if the pass rushers get up in his body. And a lot of his pass rush wins are just on his natural gifts. His technique still needs a little bit of work, but he's just a big old raw chunk of marble that you can chisel into whatever you want. He's day one. He's plowing down some holes for Najee Harris, and hopefully by year two, he's a trusty blindside protector for what's his face?
Kenny Pickett.
Pickett.
Good old Kenny Pickett.
Yeah, I think it's a solid pick.
Agreed.
I had him
New
higher,
York Jets, where they go here?
so I think it's a good
What do
value
you
for
do?
them.
Who do the Jets go with? I don't know. I think anything's possible with Aaron Rodgers. I thought offensive line, but there's been a lot of offensive line taken already. I think
What
I had
about,
Darnell. I think I had Darnell Wright going here in the mock draft.
Yeah, we had Darnell
Jets,
Wright.
Darnell Wright. It was at 13. Yeah, maybe Brian Branch.
They need offensive line. They don't need Brian Branch.
At this point, though, there's not really any value for O-line.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm thinking. Going
I mean,
Hey.
I guess they could take a versatile defender to add to what they already have.
Why don't you just draft Christian Gonzalez and pair him up with Sauce?
I mean, yeah, and then
Don't they have somebody
it's a
opposite of
good
him?
one, too. Yeah,
I
they
mean,
have June. What's his name?
How funny would it be if they drafted Will Levis?
Jr.
You can never have too many
Reed,
corners.
DJ Reed.
You never have too many
Reed.
corners in this day's NFL.
And that, whatever corner doesn't get taken right now, Washington is getting the next one, I think. If they were gone, I think they may have traded back. But if Christian Gonzalez is there, they might take him, Joey Porter, whatever one they don't take.
I will say with Aaron Rodgers, you could take Brian Branch as a luxury and add an extra piece to their already top defense.
That's what I'm thinking.
If this was, I feel like if this pick was the same team, but it was the Packers, I would be all over Michael Mayer.
Dalton Kincaid
or Michael Mayer. I just
They have
don't
Conklin, but he's not the best tight end in the league. So
I just don't like the value for tight end. Any of these tight ends in this draft right here. It's at
Will
some
Levis.
point. At some point, the run on corners is going to start. It's like who's going to pull the trigger? Now,
I still don't have a pick is in.
Nope.
I got 3 minutes left.
I'm thinking, we could see the first wide receiver of the night?
I wouldn't be shocked if they pick somebody to
But honestly,
throw a bone to Aaron Rodgers.
You could honestly roll a dice.
They already have so much wide receivers, I thought.
I think they want to move on from Corey Davis.
And then you got Garrett Wilson,
Lazard,
and didn't they sign somebody else too? I don't know, I'm tripping.
But I couldn't tell you.
They actually traded.
Here,
I couldn't tell
Aaron
you
Rodgers, Breece Hall, Garrett Wilson, Alan Lazard, Tyler Conklin. I could see them picking
Jackson Smith-Njigba.
Yeah, or Dalton Kincaid, some explosive
Addison.
tight end.
What pick do the Patriots have? 17.
Yeah, they're behind us now.
I really like Brian Branch to the Patriots, but I could see him going to the Jets.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm sticking with Brian Branch. That's my initial gut feeling. Nolan Smith could be an option.
I'm hoping Nolan Smith slides.
We're down back to 30.
I think people are higher on Nolan Smith than any of us are.
I like Nolan Smith a lot. I just didn't like him at 10, which I saw a lot.
Well, Jets pick is in. Where are they going to go?
Whoa.
You got the pick?
No. Jets are...
They're all celebrating. Do they not turn it in?
Yeah.
Could you imagine, like, yeah, good job. And then Goodell's like...
Did you hit send? Did you hit send?
Goodell goes, Washington's pick is in. Oh, wait, what? That would be a Jets thing to
Says
do.
pick is in. Says pick is in.
Whoa. I don't have a graphic for this player.
Interesting. That means there's still 2 corners available. Washington's going to choke and pick something completely different.
Oh, my God. I hope Washington picks Will Levis.
I'll shoot myself right in the foot.
Oh, God. Okay. Oh, man.
I swear. I will blame it on them for mental distress.
Yeah, this is a interesting pick.
Yeah, going silent.
Is it Will
Watching on the
McDonald?
live telly.
Is it Will McDonald? Yay, nay, Trevor?
Huh?
I said, is it Will McDonald?
Yes, it is.
Really?
Yep. Will McDonald out of Iowa State.
15th pick, New York Jets take defensive end, Iowa State, Will McDonald. I don't know how I feel about that. I think part of me feels like the Lucas Van Ness thing
Washington's on the clock.
maybe messed him up. Who did they bring out to announce this pick?
Aaron Rodgers' son. That he didn't know he had. Oh no.
What? What is it not? Is it not Will McDonald?
No. I'm talking about the next pick.
Oh,
You're not supposed to make any
Washington?
noises. You're not, what are you doing?
I'm just kidding. I have no idea. I don't know. I
You
don't
cheese, I knew it. I knew you, cheese grater.
know. Oh man.
Well,
Had
let's
to
talk
do-
about
had to
Will
do it.
McDonald while we're at it. First thing with Will
I got nothing to
McDonald-
say. I didn't make a graphic for him.
First thing with Will McDonald, he's a little bit of an older prospect. He's 23. He's 6'4", 239. The plus that I can say is he's got basically 35-inch arms, so he's got really long arms that can help when coming off the edge. He didn't run a 40 at the combine. Did have a 36-inch vertical, so that does translate to some sort of explosiveness. He does a lot of hand fighting. He basically wants to. He gets around tackles more so than goes through them. I don't have a comp from off the top of my head, but he's going to have to be. I think he's an off-ball rusher. He's not going to be lining up right over tackles, in my opinion, if they want him to be successful. But he's got long arms. He knows how to use his hands. He check some notes. He time snaps well. Weaknesses: he's not like a big body for NFL standards. He's a little stiff. He's a little stiffer than I'd prefer. He's a little stiffer than I would like for a pure off the edge pass rush specialist. And he doesn't have a lot of pop as a hitter.
He's skinny, right?
So he's like 240, 6'4", 240.
Okay, yeah.
He's bendy, though. He's definitely bendy.
He's not as bendy. Like
RJ, look at the
he doesn't
screen.
have.
I don't see it on live yet. Oh, goodness.
He's like. I wouldn't say he's like exceptionally bendy.
So,
Yeah.
what are we thinking here? Are we thinking
Washington.
we're thinking Gonzalez, or are we thinking Joey Porter? All the main linemen are gone.
Corner for sure. I mean, you guys need somebody opposite Will Fuller.
I honestly think if St. Juice is healthy, they slide Will Fuller back to slot, and then it'll be St. Juice and whoever this will be.
Taylor, look at your
Between
phone.
Christian Gonzalez and Porter Jr. If it's Will Levis, then these guys are a joke.
New ownership, baby.
No, this is Dan Schneider leaving the turd in the toilet before he leaves without flushing.
Mm.
That's what that would be.
Here's some
Very
mayo.
weird.
Here's some mayo. He fills the whole locker room with mayo.
Jesus.
Surprise,
put that on here.
motherfuckers.
Pick is in. Okay, I'll talk to you guys never.
Why? I'm not going to spoil it.
Well, I'll talk to the rest of the people that are listening. Before we announce this pick, because we don't want to disturb RJ, this is one of my favorite players in the draft. It's maybe a reach for typical draft boards, and it's probably not a popular pick.
Dude's got 6 pick sixes last year.
He's like, what is he, like 6'1",
166.
He's 6'2".
RJ, mute. We were talking about your pick.
Well, I still can't hear you guys. I wasn't talking, but
I thought you muted your mic.
no, I didn't mute this.
Well, did you hear what we were saying?
I mean, I was kind of listening.
Oh.
Well, I know it's definitely a corner, or maybe a safety.
No, so you don't know.
No, I don't know. No,
okay. It's one of my favorite players in the draft.
This is the mute. I would have to I can just take my headset out because I don't know how this.
It's one of my favorite players in the draft.
Let me see if I can mute this.
There's still a ton of talent left at corner.
I still hear you.
We got Christian Gonzalez.
I'm just gonna turn all the way down.
Christian Gonzalez, Joey Porter, Deontay Banks, Emmanuel Forbes. Taylor, you had Keely Ringo in the first round in our mock, right?
He's my least favorite of the corners, but I have a feeling he's going to go just because of his physical gifts.
Mm-hmm. So about midway through this draft, I think we've done a decent job so far. Some surprises. I think more reaches than I had expected.
Well, while we do this pick intermission for the Commanders, let's just review. Panthers, Bryce Young, as expected, solid pick. Texans, CJ Stroud. I just don't see how they were going to not take a quarterback. No one's surprised by that. Texans trading back up to get Will Anderson.
That was a huge shock. I saw an article. I need to find out who wrote that because good on them. They're like, it's not going to happen, but
that's a fine pick. I'm not as high on Will Anderson, but it's not like I dislike him. He's a talented guy. Colts, Anthony Richardson. I've been all over that for months. Seahawks, Devin Witherspoon. Probably the best overall corner in the draft. He's going to definitely help out their defense. Cardinals trade back up to get Paris Johnson.
I'm sorry. The Commanders' war room was the sorriest thing I've ever seen.
Well, there's no life in that place.
They're in between ownership, so
it's a boneyard. But Devin Witherspoon, but the Cardinals trade up. They get their franchise left tackle, Paris Johnson. Going to keep Kyler Murray safe. Raiders, Tyree Wilson, probably after Will Anderson. And you could argue some people might have
we got
Wilson.
Commanders pick for RJ.
Going live. All right.
It's not a bad pick.
The pick is in. The Washington Commanders with the 16th overall pick draft Emmanuel Forbes, corner out of Mississippi State.
What the hell?
Let me drop some knowledge on you, RJ, because I don't know how much you know about him.
I don't know jack shit about nothing about Emmanuel Forbes. I thought it was going to be Joe Porter or Christian Gonzalez.
All right, Emmanuel Forbes, he's 6'1", 165. He ran a
13.
He ran a 4.35, had a 37.5-inch vertical. He had 6 interceptions in 2022. Ran back 3 of them for touchdowns. He He has an FBS record 6 pick sixes in his career. All he does is take the ball away.
Jesus.
He's a lengthy,
His length,
fast.
though, very length. That's what it is.
He's a lengthy, fast corner. He knows how to play press. He can run side by side with most receivers. He has an eye for the. Well, I said he has an eye for the ball. Trusts his instincts. He's got them buttery soft hands. And he doesn't often get beat over the top. Through his career, his college career, 14 interceptions. His weakness is going to be playing weight in the NFL. He takes risks here and there, and he could be better with like certain zone concepts. But he's probably the best ball hawk that I can think of since Marcus Peters came out of Washington.
Patriots going Gonzalez or Joey Porter? Or
Gonzalez.
Let's go. Chris, I just don't see how you pass on Christian Gonzalez and Joey
The
Porter.
playmaking ability is there for Forbes. If Washington can get the pass rush back next year, and there's balls, out there to be intercepted and plays to be made, he has that ability. I don't hate the pick, but I can understand your disappointment when guys like Gonzalez, Joey Porter are still available. Even Deontay Banks. I like Deontay Banks.
Well, the Patriots pick is in. Pick 17, the Patriots draft Christian Gonzalez, corner out of Oregon.
Taylor, we just announced that.
Oh, sorry.
I had the graphic come up and everything.
I was writing down my notes.
I was like, okay.
Well, just a reminder for anyone that's just now logging in, that's what it was.
Son of a bitch. We'll see. We shall see.
Well, I mean, we had Gonzalez as our number one corner. We had him going top 10 to the Raiders. He's a better zone corner. Well, I won't say he's a better zone corner than man corner. He's at his best when he's keeping when he can keep everything in front of him and watch the offense unfold. Bill Belichick has a way with corners. He takes scrubs and ends up making them Pro Bowlers. He's going to put Christian Gonzalez in a situation where he can do what he does best, which is read what's in front of him, break on the ball, whether it's breaking up a pass or coming up to play the run. He's got length. He's a big body. He's going to be able to go match up with any receiver in the league.
I like Christian Gonzalez a lot. I think I had him high on my draft board before the Eagles made moves for corners. I liked him at 10 for the Eagles. Everything you said. I mean, he's got the size for, the corner, prototypical corner size for nowadays NFL. He can move too. I mean, you see his highlights right now if you're watching NFL Network. He's very fluid. He's got hips that can move back and forth, make plays on balls too. And like you said, I think he has the ability to. I think he does have the ability to shut down like a side of the field. Like I think we compared him to a Richard Sherman possibly in our mock draft. I don't think that's far fetched.
Yeah, Richard Sherman's not a bad comp at all. You could you could say Christian Gonzalez is maybe the Peter Skoronski of corners.
Fair assessment. Safe. Maybe doesn't have as high a ceiling as maybe Banks or not Banks, Forbes or Devin Witherspoon. But prototypical sound player. Surprised he didn't go higher, to be honest, but not a bad pick for the Patriots.
But who'd have thought that Emmanuel Forbes and Gibbs and Broderick Jones and Will McDonald.
Will McDonald, Gibbs, and
That's the
Forbes
thing
are
with-
very surprising picks.
Yeah, the thing was, especially with Forbes, I feel like we could have traded back and gotten him still.
There might not be trade backs to be had, and these teams just like these players, so they just take them.
Yeah.
Well,
Just
this is one of
just
the-
because you think it's smart to trade back, which we all were saying the value to trade back would make sense. But I mean, if no one's like, "Now we're good," we like where our board is sitting, and then you're like, "All right, well, just gonna take who we like."
Well, this is one of the weaker drafts we've had, so yeah, teams probably are more content to just stay where they're at than anything else.
Yeah, and rather than trade up and give draft capital up at this point, a lot of reports were that the teams had like 15 players that were like
First round grades.
first round grades. So I mean, at that point, why would you trade up just to go into the not even the top 15? So I mean, it makes sense.
Maybe that's why we saw all these trades just for an extra 4th round pick.
Maybe that's your
Lions
next
pick is
year.
in.
All right, let's see. Lions, they took Gibbs.
I don't have graphics for these picks. I need people to do better. I need these teams and general managers to do
Yeah,
better.
this pick is like it's not Joey Porter Jr. He's slipping farther than I thought he would.
Who's the linebacker RJ had in the
Drew-
first round?
Drew Sanders.
Drew Sanders.
No, it's not Drew Sanders.
But yeah, Drew Sanders is him.
It's a linebacker.
This is a Dan Campbell pick. He went rogue.
What, tight end? Because he's a tight end, former tight end.
No, that wouldn't be Rogue.
Especially when they
This
traded
is-
for
everything we were
what's
just
his name last
talking
year?
about, teams just sitting where they're at because they can't trade back and picking who they like. This is this pick. I've not seen a single play of this guy's career.
Is he from Clemson?
No, he's from a team that has already had players drafted. This year.
Georgia, Ohio State, Alabama,
No,
not Florida, Illinois.
no.
So no, is it Northwestern, wherever Skoronski's from?
Nope.
No.
All right, just sorry to take a break from the NFL draft. The Celtics are down by 2 going into the fourth quarter. I'm going to be
No
very
way.
upset in these next 12 minutes as this draft goes on. I'm going to keep the focus on the draft, though, but I do have this on my screen.
What is going on right now?
Tennessee player.
You guys really
No,
want
you want me
go
to
for Game
you want me
7?
to break you want me to break the pick?
Listen, if you have the pick, you break the pick. That's what we came here for.
break the
All right.
pick?
Break
With
the walls
the
down.
Number 18
Yeah, that's what I was
overall pick, the Detroit Lions select Jack Campbell out of Iowa State, middle linebacker.
Will Levis is sweating.
Jack Campbell. None of these players are even at the draft.
Yeah, so his grading is a true middle linebacker. Let's see. He's 6'5", 250, so he's an old school big boy.
I just
Really
don't
good
think-
run defender.
I mean, okay, he's 6'5", 250. He ran a
He's not
4.6.
super athletic, but he can move.
He was all Big Ten defensive player of the year. Won the Dick Butkus Award for the nation's, number 1 linebacker. I'm just surprised. I had a round two grade. And I don't think this is really a need for the Lions. He's a traditional linebacker. I don't know.
He's a big
It's
boy.
just- Yeah, that's the thing. I think he's going to struggle in coverage. He's a
As you were saying that, he made a great play in coverage, but he was kind of throwing the ball at him.
well,
Good size.
yeah, he has great size. He's good at going downhill. He can take on blocks. I just don't want to see him in the NFL when they pass it all the time.
Him and Rodrigo. Ooh, that's a good combo.
Yeah, but do you really need him and
He
Rodrigo?
looks like Van Der Esch.
No,
Yeah,
I mean,
he was a
maybe
a
this whole
busted
time,
first-round pick.
Dan Campbell has just been like fronting and making it seem like he's really actually a good coach, but he's really not. He just picked this guy because they have the same last name.
That's his son. Oh, Tampa Bay's picks in. I'm calling it. I don't have the pick on my thing, but I
Will
think they
Levis.
picked Will Levis.
Will
To be
Levis
the-
is where he was
to be-
projected a lot to Tampa if he slipped.
Yep, this is where it was in our mock draft too. And they picked really quick.
It's gotta be Will Levis. We all know how they feel about Trask.
Well, they got Mayfield.
Yeah, but Baker's, I think we're starting to get who Baker really is. Unfortunately, as much of a Baker fan I am. You need to see another consistent season out of him.
Well, there's still a lot of corners on the board. Trying to think, Buccaneers. Maybe it's not Will Levis. Maybe it's Hendon Hooker.
Mm-mm. It just Ian Rappaport was just reporting. It doesn't sound like it's going to be a quarterback.
Ooh.
Ah, God damn
Joey
it!
Porter.
No, let me post it. I got the pick.
Oh, it's your boy. The guy you wanted to slip.
Nolan.
Nolan.
All right, with the 19th overall pick, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select
Nolan Smith.
Kalijah Kancey.
Elijah Kancey,
Oh, wow.
the Aaron
Nolan-
Donald clone. So they say out there, but
That's what they
mostly
say.
because he plays for Pitt, and he's undersized.
Jesus.
Uber athletic, really fast. He's pretty much a line wrecker if you watch his highlights. I had a feeling he was going to go in the teens, but I was really hoping he would maybe drop down to the lower portion of the first round, maybe for the Eagles. So I don't think that's a bad pick at all. Tampa Bay, Brian Bowles, going with defense, not surprising, but a little surprising they didn't go with a quarterback since they need it. But apparently teams don't like Levis.
Here's the thing with Kancey. I mean, this might be his best fit because they can pair him up with Vita Vea, but he's 6'1", 280, 30-inch arms. But
Yeah,
he did run
shorter. So that's the thing I was reading. The difference between him and like his Aaron Donald comp. Aaron Donald had actually like long arms. Kalijah Kancey doesn't. But I'd still look up his YouTube highlights if you haven't.
I've seen his highlights.
We did the
His,
trenches
his
podcast.
claim to fame is really that he ran that 4.6. I love how NFL Network right here, they have him, his comp is John Randall.
NFL Network has Ed Oliver.
No, none of these really make sense to me. Okay, in 2 years at Pitt, he had 14 and a half sacks.
Look at that.
His first step is really nice. He's going to get sacks if the O-line is ever sleeping or is not on point with their protections. And if Vita Vea, if he's paired up and matched up well with Vita Vea, that can become a problem. But at the same time, if you're the Buccaneers, are you also kind of causing yourself a problem because you're taking maybe the best run stuffing interior defensive lineman and Vita Vea that demands double team, and you're pairing him up with a guy that a lot of NFL guards are going to be able to put their hands on and drive him back to the second level?
Yeah, I mean, that's always a worry with undersized guys coming out of college. I should know more about college football, but I really pay attention to prospects rather than teams and stuff. What conferences Pitt in?
Now they're in the ACC, right?
Yeah, I think so. Here,
Yeah, they're in the ACC. So, I mean, not really as bad of an issue. There's NFL talent there.
It's, to me, you know what this draft honestly starting to feel like? That everyone had the same opinion that this draft class sucked, so they were just trying to find the one trick ponies or the guys that had the freak athletic traits, and they're just going for them.
It seems like teams are picking the players that they like, and there's not trades to be had.
Like, once we got past the Titans pick with Peter Skoronski, you go Gibbs, home run threat running back. Van Ness, big frame potential edge rusher. Broderick Jones, super athletic, mean tackle. Will McDonald, undersized pass rush specialist. Emmanuel Forbes, elite ball hawk. Christian Gonzalez fell. Jack Campbell, you're going maybe the number one true linebacker in the draft. And then Cansey, you're going undersized human missile defensive tackle. But the Seahawks are on the clock. They got 3 minutes left to get their pick in. They already grabbed Devin Witherspoon earlier with their 5th overall pick.
Can they go? They have Geno Smith. They have the flexibility to not play him. Will Levis?
Will Levis. Yeah.
I just don't think people like Will Levis.
Maybe
Hooker.
give Geno Smith some weapons. Dalton Kincaid.
Yeah, and then you also have the Chargers in Baltimore who need wide receivers up next. Maybe see Jackson Smith and Najiba finally come off the board.
This is a perfect the way this draft
Addison.
is going. It wouldn't surprise me if Kincaid gets picked here. Not that that's really a need, but what does Seattle need?
Maybe another offensive
They
line.
could use pass rush. That's true. How many? They didn't have many sacks last year.
If they're going pass rush, it would be Nolan. Miles Murphy, Nolan Smith.
Yeah, Nolan Smith.
These guys were in many mock drafts, like in the top 15. That being Miles Murphy and Nolan Smith. You know, Pete Carroll did pick. Who was that really unexpected pick they had? The pass rusher a couple years ago, Bruce Irvin. So I mean, he could go Nolan Smith, the quick burst, undersized edge rusher.
Still no pick is in, down to under 2 minutes.
They're probably calling, trying to get out of it.
Will Levis is sitting there looking pissed.
Yeah, he's probably wishing he had some more mayonnaise.
1.1% chance he was available at pick 20.
Mayo.
There's only 1% chance he was still available. That's wild to me. I didn't think the slip was very. I thought it was pretty likely.
People are becoming hip to the Blaine Gabbert syndrome.
Oh yeah, that's why I'm so happy. We got.
I mean,
Ryan
no wide
Clemens.
receiver has been drafted yet. It's kind of crazy compared to recent years.
Yeah. Jackson Smith and Najiba will probably be the first off the board unless it's Addison.
I think all these receivers are very even, and it just depends on the receiver you want. Like for the Seahawks,
Addison's kind of small.
For the
Kinda like it.
Seahawks, I feel like they wouldn't. I feel like the Seahawks wouldn't mind Quentin Johnston. Why don't you just double down and just go Joey Porter Jr.?
And then you'd have three like stack corners. 4.
Why not?
Yeah.
I mean, if you go pass rusher,
Pass rushers.
They probably didn't expect Joey Porter to be here either. This was why they're panicking.
the pick is in.
They even talked about him. It'd be ballsy if Washington traded it for them.
I got the pick. You want me to announce it?
Yeah.
Break
Break
it.
RJ. Good job.
Jackson
Jackson
Najiba.
You had him, right? You were saying that, right?
I said it'd be the first wide receiver off the board if it is him.
I thought you were saying Seattle would pick him.
Yeah, it makes sense. You have McCaffrey, but I can see one of them being traded. That's maybe got to ride or die. Maybe you're walking with all three. Who knows? See, you have Lockett and they just re-signed Mike, but
Yeah, Lockett's on the last year.
There've been talks, of trades, Lockett being traded.
Yeah, I mean they signed Geno Smith. They got their corner. You know, this guy. I mean, he slipped for all accounts I've seen in mock drafts. So if you can grab him here, first receiver off the board, right?
We still had him being the first off the board too. We had him way earlier at 12 before the Texans traded that pick.
Well, I feel like this is one of your guys, RJ. What do you think about him?
It's overall solid. It's quick burst. There's nothing that stands out overall, I think. Across the board, he's just one of those guys that's good at a little bit of everything. Good route running. Quick off the line, but
he's an Ohio State guy. Ohio State typically has good receivers. We saw it last year with Olave and Garrett Wilson. If you watch his tape and his highlights, he's pretty good at making. I don't know if he makes players miss, I would say, but he does avoid tackles, breaks weaker tackles. So I think he's got a little bit of a
yak ability.
Yeah.
So it's definitely not a bad pick.
I could see him being decent inside with Garrett Wilson. Who do they have to? What am I saying? I got super confused. Just
Lockett and Metcalf.
All the Garrett Wilson used to be on the Ohio State. Yeah.
All the Ohio
Lockett
State.
And Metcalf.
Lockett and Metcalf on the outside. Got him running the inside. Maybe they do trade Lockett though.
So. I mean, so he's a twitchy. He's going to be, and he projects as a twitchy slot receiver. He navigates the middle of the field, and he's he's a little undersized, but he's got good hands. He's I'm trying to think of where I see him. Like, he's kind of a cross between Jarvis Landry and Amari Cooper. He was injured a lot this past season. He had a few monster games. He's not afraid to go take a hit after making a catch. His biggest thing is he just gets open over the middle, which is, that's probably the one thing all quarterbacks love. Weaknesses, probably he's only got 1 year of like actual receiver production.
He had injuries too, didn't he?
Injuries, And I think it just is weird. Like, I think he's a lot better against zone coverage than he is against man coverage. He can, you know what? Actually, you know who he reminds me of? Kendall Wright.
Yeah, a little bit of Kendall Wright.
He gets open, but he's not the crispest route runner in the world.
No.
And he's explosive, but he's also not going to make a lot of big plays.
Yeah, I mean, I think he plays into being a super reliable, like you said. I think you said he was twitchy, slot guy. You know, get him in the slot, get the ball in his hand, and maybe in stride, and he can break an arm tackle here or there, and make a smaller play a big play. Good hands too.
So here for the Chargers, in our mock draft, we have Jordan Addison, a wide receiver. What do you think?
What's funny is you're going to talk about Jordan Addison. It's going to sound the same.
Pretty much. He's a little shorter, I think. They're a little faster, right?
He's slender. Yeah, faster. But not so fast it makes up for his size.
So I feel like all the receivers in this draft are all number 2s. The only one
But
that
you
I
still
can
need a
see,
solid number 2.
I don't want to use a first round pick on a number 2.
Yeah, but not for
I feel like the only receiver in this draft that could be a number 1 is Quentin Johnston. And it's just, I could see him becoming a number 1, but I don't even like him that much.
I mean, that's fair.
He's got Zay Flowers too.
Zay Flowers is the same thing. He's like shorter.
Quentin Johnson.
I could see Chargers or Ravens taking Zay Flowers.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Or Quentin Johnson could be going one of the probably wide receiver run right here the next 3 picks.
Zay Flowers, get creative with him on the Ravens. I could see that. They're keeping Lamar now. Get him the ball.
They have to get some
field.
They have to get something to help Lamar now. Like after you get Simon.
I mean, they need a corner too. So
it's true.
Well, these next 3 picks, Chargers, Ravens, Vikings, I could see a little.
Joey Porter Jr. can go to Baltimore. That'd be kind of ironic.
I could see a little run going. Joey Porter, Deontay Banks, Ringo.
Yeah, Ringo would be nice. Ringo Starr.
Pick is in.
The pick is in. Yeah, they're showing the graphic. The last.
All the wide receivers.
4 Ohio State receivers, and it's just like one of them
James
does
Wilson
not.
was Alabama. Yeah.
One of them does not belong.
Yeah. Why is Jameson Williams there?
Oh, no, I meant Jackson doesn't belong. Jameis Williams, he was a Ohio State receiver. He transferred.
That's what I'm saying, though. But technically, he was an Alabama receiver when he got drafted. So I guess not like.
Yeah,
but I was gonna say transfer, but still.
All right, I got the pick. You want me to announce it?
Yeah.
How many times you gonna say break the pick unless it's our picks?
All right, with the 21st pick in the NFL draft, Chargers select
Quentin Johnson. There it is. We call it that. And then that means you got Flowers, you got Joey Porter, possibly here for Baltimore. Will Levis is standing up a little itchy over here. 0.8% chance he'd be left. All these players that weren't there at the draft that easily could have taken his spot because he looks like he's not going to draft it.
I was going to say, Will Levis, I knew I shouldn't have come to this. All right. We're looking at Quentin Johnston.
He's big, but he's not really big. Doesn't play
fast,
like a big receiver.
But he's not really fast.
Yeah, but he has strides and he can make plays downfield.
You know, he reminds me of Michael Crabtree.
Not a bad comp.
I was thinking more Martavis Bryant.
Are you serious? Martavis Bryant was a freak.
Whoa! Don't be throwing his name out here.
They both like 6'3", and Taylor he is 6'3". I looked it up.
No.
I looked it up. He's 6'3" on everything.
Martavis, 6'4.25".
Yeah, but they both long. They're both long striders. Watch his highlights when they're coming up. I've watched many of his highlights because I thought he'd be the first receiver off the board.
Listen, they can tell you he's 6'3". I'm telling you, he's like 6'2".
He looks like Martavis Bryant. Not really. Goatee, kind of.
All right, well,
it's just the hair.
Size, speed, physical yak. Sidney Rice. That's not a bad comp.
No.
If you can compare him to Sidney Rice, I can compare him to Martavius. Look at him.
His comp
is definitely not as fast as Martavis Bryant.
6'2", 3/4.
He can track the ball, and he's got long strides. And look at this. Big guy making a cut like that.
Oh, that was a good spin, too, off the catch.
He's got abilities for being a big guy. He just doesn't really play like, the ball in the air.
Yeah, like he's like a lesser
one-handed catch.
Mike Williams.
I was really thinking of Mike Williams, is what I was about to say.
He doesn't play anything like Mike Williams, though.
I just feel like he's just inconsistent.
He looks like Mike Williams.
Like he'll make a few plays that you're like, oh my God, this guy's a monster. And then you'll watch him for like 2 straight quarters.
He's got good jump ball skills. It's good stiff arm. He's physical. I think if he was the Ravens, probably would have taken him over Joey Porter. We'll see if the Ravens are thinking here.
I think the Ravens go Flowers, Porter, Banks.
Hometown guy with Banks, Maryland, right?
I like Banks. He's fast.
It'd be cool to see a corner from Baltimore from Maryland go first round. I know Darnell Savage got picked in the first round, though, didn't he? With Green Bay.
Second rounder, I think.
Was he second rounder?
Second.
He may have been first.
All right, guys. We know the Ravens. They're on the clock.
Well, Sean Marion. He was first round pick.
I have a feeling the Ravens don't want to touch their wide receiver.
They have OBJ and then what's his name?
Rashad Bateman, but they're both injury prone. Yeah, they're both injured. And they have Duvernay, who's good for once every 4 weeks, plus in return game.
I just feel like Jordan Addison doesn't really fit their offense.
I'm not a huge Addison fan.
They could go Zay Flowers, but I feel like
I like Zay Flowers.
I feel like they have bigger holes. I
Joey
think
Porter Jr. slipping.
Joey Porter Jr.
Yeah,
fits.
It'd be pretty ironic too.
What's a good comp for Joey Porter Jr.? Marlon Humphrey.
Yeah, good compliment.
I don't
know. Marcus Williams is safety.
They have size. They can get physical in your face.
Oh, what about Branch? They could use another safety too, right? Because Chuck Clark's gone.
No, they have Marcus Williams. They just paid a ton of money. And
I know Williams,
but Kyle Hamilton.
Oh, Hamilton. Yeah, but doesn't Hamilton really play? Doesn't he play down more in the box?
They better hope.
Branch wouldn't be playing like over the top safety.
Maybe
Marcus Williams is there for that.
It's true though. That's what I'm saying. Marcus Williams is a monster.
Branch is a bit of a wild card.
Just thinking all possibilities.
I'm saying Joey Porter Jr.
I'm going with him or Flowers.
Joey Porter Jr.
I feel like they got to add a wide receiver to this. Maybe I'll just go with Flowers.
I just feel like they have bigger holes than adding a.
Is it out of the realm for a trade to still happen?
They just got to find someone who wants to trade.
There's been a lot of rumors about players getting traded this draft, and it hasn't happened. And the Ravens pick has still not come up, and they're getting down to 3 minutes.
Could be a panic.
Could be a trade.
Could we call it about trade? Ooh.
Celtics were tied 113 to 113 with 3 minutes to go. They're up 121 to 113.
Nice.
Went on a little run. I'm not trying to do. Oh my God, Rob Williams. Sorry, people. Celtics are playing right now.
What's the score?
Ooh, Jason Tatum with a putback dunk.
Oh, you guys got a good lead now. You guys came back with the 2-point deficit. Fuck yeah. 121, 113, minute 57.
All right, I'm trying to look up to see if I can find anything on the Ravens.
Maybe they're just working those phones.
2 minutes, 20 seconds.
They're still on the clock.
I mean, how many times last year did the Ravens get a lead just to turn around and lose it? I feel like you got it.
I'm calling this pick.
You know it, or you're just taking a call?
I'm calling
Baltimore,
this
pick is
pick
in.
because I called this pick.
Flowers.
Will Levis.
If they
The pick is in,
draft Levis
and the
after
Baltimore
something
Ravens
Monday.
select at number 22.
Zay Flowers, yep. I want Flowers. Me and Sass both on this one. There we go.
I just don't like the value.
I like Zay Flowers.
At 22, I mean, if it was, they're talking about top 10 here, no way. But 22, that's not bad, I don't think.
He's explosive. You can move him around, get the ball in his hand, and he'll make everybody miss. They just need to be creative with him, which I think they can.
Have the Ravens
Now,
ever
he's
shown
the exact opposite of play style of Hollywood Brown, I think. They're both very quick players, but Hollywood Brown wasn't twitchy. He was downfield, go deep. Lamar had to hit him in the basket. Now you need to get the ball in his hand still, but Lamar Jackson can throw short passes. Get the ball in a playmaker's hand. I think you just paid Lamar Jackson. You need to get as many playmakers as you can
Agreed.
around him. Yeah, is corner a hole because Marcus Peters left? Yeah, but they still have Marlon Humphreys. They still have good safeties. They can get a veteran or somebody to fill in that hole. They need receivers, in my opinion. Odell Beckham Jr.
Draft.
That's no surefire thing, even though they just way overpaid him. And
Rashad Bateman hasn't played a full season yet.
Say it again.
Rashad Bateman hasn't even played a full season yet.
Here's my thing.
Wide receiver.
Zay Flowers is short, doesn't run routes particularly great, and he doesn't have the most reliable hands.
That's what I'm saying. You just got to get the ball in his hand.
The Ravens have not, in the Lamar Jackson era,
They haven't had a guy like that, though. They just have they get big guys that go downfield.
Devin Duvernay was twitchy. Hollywood Brown.
Devin Duvernay is a kick returner / punt returner.
That's what I was just saying. He's good for one big play every couple of weeks.
And as desperate as they were for playmakers, they couldn't figure out how to get him the ball.
Hey, at least Zay Flowers is in the house. He's in the building.
Hey, the people are talking on the chat. No yawning, and Taylor, you're a hater of the Ravens.
I haven't been yawning tonight.
That's
Is that
blasphemy.
a double whammy on Taylor? Because I haven't been yawning.
I yawned.
I like the Zay Flowers pick.
Me too.
It looks like Hollywood Brown.
It kind of does. It
What is
really
that?
does.
What is that on his? Oh, it looks like a family member or something. Who knows?
He's quick.
I'll be honest. I don't like the pick.
You're a Ravens hater. We can't listen to anything you say without the bias.
Who would you have preferred them go with? Corner?
Joey Porter Jr. is slipping.
Like, okay, look at all these highlights. Like, that's not going to happen in the NFL. I'm sorry.
All right, here's one thing. Anything else anybody want to add on Zay Flowers to the Ravens?
I don't like the pick.
I like the pick.
It's not my least favorite pick of the night.
I think he could be like a 750 yard, like 8 to 10 touchdown guy next year. If used correctly.
Lamar can't.
Lamar can. He's proven that he can, who's the guy they had? Snead. Way less talent than Zay Flowers, and they used him pretty well. They had him as an intermediate guy. He ran seam stuff. He ran drag stuff. He ran short stuff. Oh, look at that.
Tyreek Hill comp.
Middle of the field.
Tyreek Hill comp right here.
Zay Flower can jump too. Yeah.
Yeah, actually can. I just saw him go over top.
Except for Lamar Jackson would have thrown that ball right to the safety.
Lamar Jackson can throw the ball up at least.
What was Zay Flowers' 40 time?
Like a 4.4.
Yeah, but he's fast. He's very twitchy.
Yeah, I can see it.
He can make guys miss. His acceleration is off the roof, off the charts, through the roof.
Don't show me these Tyreek Hill comps. And Tyreek Hill is doing it in the NFL, and Zay Flowers is doing it against college competition.
Hey, bounce is bounce.
We shall see. Sass, make a Fuji bet with him.
I'll bet Fuji that Zay Flowers has 750 yards.
All purpose?
Receiving.
Ooh.
I'll take that bet.
So you got 2 Fuji bets
50 plus catches.
50 plus catches and 750 receiving yards.
Yes.
I'll take that bet.
Handshake.
Virtual.
You got
what was ours again? Was 75 or 65? 65.
RJ, yours isn't happening.
Hey.
The one middle linebacker went in this draft, and it wasn't him.
What? I said him later in the draft anyway. For 1, 2. Even if he just goes in the 3rd, 4th, 5th, whatever round, don't matter.
Our bet, RJ, was Drew Sanders, 80 total tackles.
It wasn't.
But he had to be drafted.
80? I thought we said 70.
I wrote it down. 80 total tackles.
And he had to be drafted in the first round, right?
No, it was no first round.
He just went, ooh.
I might regret that one.
Man, I'm about to get 2 free Fuji dinners.
Papa cock.
Listen, you guys like the pick. I'm not a big fan. We'll see who's right and who's wrong.
All right, let's talk about the Vikings because the show and stuff now, and I wanted to talk about them. I was saying, is Will Levis the pick here? They have Kirk Cousins.
They need some secondary help themselves too. Joey Porter Jr. looks good here, honestly.
They definitely need corner, and they have their pick: Ringo, Banks, Porter.
Pick of the crop still.
It's starting to look like Will Levis is not getting picked in the first round.
That would be a shocker.
I said it.
Maybe someone trades up in the back end. Two minutes on the clock. They're probably fielding calls too. Anyone want this pick?
Nope. All right. Joey Porter Jr.
I'm sweating in my office.
Sweat like Grease Monkey out here.
Now, I can't forget that the Eagles are getting closer to their pick, and there's a certain player I would love for them to snag.
Nolan Smith?
Mm-hmm.
Get Nolan Smith and motherfucking Jalen Carter.
Now
Jesus.
there's Vikings pick, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more picks ahead of us. So I think they would maybe need to trade up for him. But
all these teams are using the full clock. I need these picks coming faster.
they're all unsure about themselves.
I think the Joey Porter slide stops now.
That's what I'm saying. Joey Porter Jr. The third time I said it.
Forty seconds left.
Can we see our first case of mismanaged clock? Because they just went to they went to commercial, so they said pick us there. They're fucked. Yep, we got Nolan Smith, Dalton Kincaid. Maybe they
My sources are just they can't keep up with this slow uncertainty. I almost hit refresh on this page. That would have sucked.
There won't be Dalton Kincaid. They got Hawk.
No. Yeah, I traded for Hawkinson last year. I forgot about that.
I wouldn't if I was the Vikings and I was going to take a quarterback to sit behind Cousins for a year or two. I'm taking Hendon Hooker. I'm not taking Will Levis.
Uh-oh. Pick is in.
Yeah, it's been in.
Yeah, and the pick is officially in.
For you.
I don't know if I have a graphic for this guy.
Oh shit.
Don't have a graphic.
Yeah, I don't, but I'm going to say this. At 23, the Minnesota Vikings are taking Jordan Addison.
The wide receiver. Giving
Wide
Justin
receiver.
Jefferson a little bit of complimentary help. A little bit of speed.
Wide receiver out of
Another smaller
USC.
guy.
Yeah, he's pretty slender. From what I understand, he is a pretty fluid receiver, and he has the ability to. I mean, I watched his highlights only a few times. I didn't watch a ton of him because I just wasn't a fan. I watched him play once last year.
Yeah, Jordan Addison.
I was watching the pick.
Jordan Addison. He's gonna.
Celtics won.
Nice.
That's enough.
That's enough of that.
I mean, look at those shades he's rocking. But he's coming out of USC after transferring from Pitt. He's from Maryland, from Frederick, Maryland. He's 5'11", 173. He ran a 4.49, had a 34-inch vertical. He had last year, 2 years ago. What?
Jaguars on the clock. We got was that a trade? Or was
No,
that
they're on the clock.
There was a trade.
Until it's in that, let me finish my Addison talk. 2 years ago at Pitt, he had 17 touchdowns, 100 receptions, and 1,500, basically 1,600 receiving yards with Kenny Pickett. Then he transferred to USC this past year with Lincoln Riley, and he had 59 catches for 800 yards and 8 touchdowns. He's the Giants have traded up.
Just one pick.
Probably give a fourth for that too. But Addison's probably honestly who the Giants wanted.
He reminds me of actually. It's funny you said that because he reminds me of what's his name? They drafted out of Florida, and he traded to Kansas City.
Tony,
yeah, Kadarius Tony.
Addison's going to fit well on the inside for the Vikings.
Crafty route runner.
He can make big plays. He has really good footwork. My biggest issue with him is he's not a down the field receiver, and size is a bit of a concern.
Yeah, agreed. He looks like a little version of Flava Flav.
Flava Flav.
Does the Giants track Will Levis to put some pressure on Danny Dimes' his new contract?
No way. Stuck on this, Rocky.
Trying to find any single reason why a team should draft Will Levis. Dallas, Will Levis.
That would be hilarious.
If they end up with Joey Porter Jr., would be pissed because they always end up with players that I wanted my team to draft.
No, I don't like it. Probably a nice guy. So slender. He's smaller than her.
What do the Giants want?
What do the Giants need? Another wide receiver?
Yeah, I mean they need a receiver. They traded
But-
for Darren Waller.
But there's no receiver worth taking.
No.
Left, yeah.
They could still go corner. They could go Brian Branch.
Yeah.
But do you trade up for Brian Branch? One spot with the Jaguars? That's all that happened, right? They swapped picks with the Jags.
Yeah.
Let me check the report.
See what the actual official.
The pick is in, and I'm going to announce it.
You do that.
And the pick is.
You looking for the graphic?
Yeah, something keeps happening with a few of my graphics. All right, the pick is in with the 24th pick in the NFL draft. The New York Giants select
Deontay Banks. Deontay Banks, let's go. Maryland boy. Of course, he's going to New York, so I can never root for you anymore. It's
I
horrible.
know that sucks because I like Deontay
Damn it.
Banks.
The Joey Porter fall continues.
Yeah,
Well,
He's going to end up on Dallas. I'm telling you, he's going to end up on Dallas now.
This gives the Giants some help in the secondary. Deontay Banks, local boy out of Maryland.
super fast.
He ran a 4.35 at 6 foot, 200 pounds.
6'2". That's what I've been seeing.
I think he's 6 foot.
I think
6'1".
We'll split the difference. All right. Biggest thing for him is he got better pretty much every year at Maryland. He's very athletic. He's a boundary corner that has the size. Like you've been seeing a lot of these receivers coming out like 170, 180. Some of these corners are a little more slender. He's a solid 6 foot, 200 pounds, running a 4.35. He can excel in man or zone. He has good lateral quickness. He breaks on the ball. His best thing is probably shadowing and then just breaking on the ball.
They swapped picks and Jaguars got a 5th and a 7th.
It's not bad. Some things to work on is he can sometimes get when receivers get behind him. That I'm trying to think of what's the word I'm thinking of. You know, like when a receiver gets behind you as a corner, not pursuit, just that feel. You know,
Recovery.
It's like you know, like if you're
Awareness.
like knowing when to turn around and look at the ball versus when
Sixth
you see a stick on the
The instincts, yeah.
Instincts.
and then like his technique could get a little better. But he's gotten better every single year at Maryland, and I like players that can improve year after year after year. This is pretty solid value for him at 24. Solid pick for the Giants. He actually will. What's his name? Giants' other cornerback. He'll pair well with Adoree Jackson for the Giants.
Oh yeah, Dory. Yeah, and they still have Jabril
That's
Peppers.
not. That's like. Well, Adoree Jackson's short, right?
Not tiny, but yeah, it's
It
shorter.
could be a similar comp.
It's fast.
Tay. Let's see. Good comp for Tay.
Wee oo.
Trade out another one. Bills.
Somebody was.
The Bills traded with the Jaguars.
Son of a bitch. Don't know where this one's going.
So the Bills just jumped the Cowboys. So who would the Cowboys have wanted that the Bills want?
Will Levis.
There's no. They could use depth at receiver.
Yeah,
I
man,
guess.
6 foot and 1/8 inches.
Banks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn it.
He doesn't have great recovery speed though. He stays on their hip.
Trade up. Who would you want to jump up?
Yeah, I mean, I would think Bills need depth at the receiver position. They just lost Tremaine Edmonds. Could this be the pick? RJ
Edmonds.
Could this be the
Yeah.
linebacker?
Drew Sanders.
Drew Sanders. I don't know if they trade up for him. That's why I had him taking him in a little bit farther back.
They could use offensive line. They got Josh Allen got beat up pretty bad in the playoffs.
Yeah.
But who's available to who to trade up for though?
Osiris.
And
DeWan
they still have the
Jones.
27th pick.
Oh,
Still?
yeah,
And they-
that's true. Osiris is still available.
yeah. Looks like he's in Baltimore too. So it looks like he might be from Baltimore. I didn't know that. Banks.
I can't recall where he's from.
Could they be jumping to get Joey Porter? That could be a possible Cowboys pick.
That's why I was thinking. Joey Porter Jr. was my pick here.
You know, you can never have too many corners.
Speaking of that, here's Josh Allen on a Gillette commercial during the Bills pick.
That was on purpose. Since they jumped the Cowboys, I'm going to say
Joey Porter Jr.
Kincaid, maybe? Do they want to add another weapon to the offense?
No.
I have Knox, no tight end.
I have Knox, but I mean, Kincaid's way more explosive than him.
Yeah. So it just depends.
I'm just not sure why they would have jumped the Cowboys. I'm thinking who do the Cowboys have at corner?
Joseph and Diggs, mainly.
Right, they have Diggs. So, I mean,
I think they would have taken Joey Porter Jr., though. They could use some more secondary.
Yeah, I know a lot of people had like Jamar Gibbs or Bijan if he fell far enough.
For the Bills, yeah.
The pick is in. The pick is in.
And I know what it is. I'm going to announce it.
Go ahead, young Padawan.
And I need to God damn it. I'm proud of this one. At number 25, the
Kincaid.
Buffalo Bills select.
Kincaid, yep.
Ugh.
Adding another weapon.
I guess because Dalton Schultz has been so injury prone, and then all the Cowboys had was Jarwin. They probably thought maybe
100% the Cowboys I could have seen them taking Kincaid.
good. That means that they threw a wrench in it, and hopefully Jerry Jones panics because he's a horrible GM.
They could take Mayer, but
Yeah. Mayer going to the Packers way earlier.
I think Kincaid's worthy of a trade up over Mayer.
Agreed.
I don't like this draft. I'm just being
Kincaid is super versatile. He's more of your Travis Kelce type rather than your hand on the ground inside blocker. But
he's not versatile. He's just a big receiver. He's
versatile as an elite athlete who can get open and can run routes. And Josh Allen, a very mobile guy. If you watch Kincaid's highlights, he knows how to get open. So Josh Allen, you want him running around with this very versatile receiving tight end.
Kincaid's
he can make guys miss and he can make guys he can get open. And look at what you're competing with in the AFC now. I mean, the Bills are competing against Kansas City, Cincinnati, Baltimore, Jaguars, Chargers, all these elite quarterbacks, all these teams that have, pretty good offenses. And I think your Buffalo, you have Diggs, and besides that, who's really a reliable target?
I just feel like rather than that Gabe Davis.
Davis isn't. He's a one every 3 games. He'll get like a 90-yard touchdown, and then he'll get 0 catches for 2 games.
I just feel like they had bigger needs.
It does disappear.
I think this is just a product of the current NFL situation and the era. That pick to me.
Did you see the Will Levis update, RJ? He had a 0.1% chance that he would be available at this point.
I just saw him sitting there.
Nobody's going to pick him, right?
Someone has to trade up.
Somebody trades up, yeah. So unless somebody trades up, I don't think so.
And then Hendon Hooker too.
At this point, I'd rather take a
second-round pick.
At this point, I'd rather take Hendon Hooker.
Well, you always liked him more.
I don't know. I guess I was just never a fan of Dalton Kincaid.
I could see the Cowboys taking Nolan Smith just to throw a wrench in the Eagles' plans.
Load that defense up.
Get somebody opposite of... Well, no, because they have Micah Parsons and they have that big oaf. Who's their other pass rusher?
Lawrence.
Tank Lawrence.
Tank Lawrence.
Overrated.
That's what they call him. Tank Lawrence. DeMarcus Lawrence.
Ain't nothing tanky about him. Just getting tired chasing Jalen Hurts.
It's got a Dalton Kincaid looks like Brendan Fraser.
Look at these highlights, Taylor.
I'm waiting.
Oh, if they don't show them, that would suck. Look at this. Look at him spread. Oh my God! Look at that burst, wide open.
Sorry.
Yeah, San Diego.
He's USC.
Dalton Kincaid. He's never at USC.
He's playing USC.
Oh.
Well, no. He started off though, and then he transferred.
Yeah, we don't care about the block, but look at that. Look at that. He's got quick burst acceleration.
It's a good block though. Blocking is important.
He's not a great blocker.
He's trash blocker.
I just saw a good block.
That was a chip block.
He was holding on to this motherfucker. Not holding, but
looks like a nice guy. Look at that guy with the mullet in the background. That guy can chug beers.
That was a Brent Selleck type catch right there.
Well,
Selleck, Cincinnati.
My comp for Dalton Kincaid is Evan Ingram.
Ingram's been pretty good in the NFL.
Yeah,
it took him 7 years, but yeah.
Better late than never.
Of course. I was just saying he was a first round pick. It kind of took him a little bit.
Hey, I've been pretty good at calling some of these picks the last 10.
Hey, I'm with you.
Well, the Cowboys have 4 minutes left. Who are they taking?
I said
Hopefully, some
Nolan
no name we
Smith.
don't know, and they try to be like.
I think they're going to
oh,
throw a
Magic
wrench
One, they
in
suck.
the Eagles' plans.
Joey Porter Jr.
They could go Mayer here. They need a tight end.
Yeah, Mayer,
I
Joey
thought they
Porter.
were going to be a player for Jamar Gibbs. They need a running back too. They have what's his name? Broke his leg.
Pollard.
They signed him or whatever, but he's got a broken leg, so who knows how he's going to recover.
Zeke hasn't been signed yet, has he?
No. So I could
Yeah,
see
Michael Mayer.
I
Michael
could
Mayer over
see
here.
I could see Mayer here unless they really love Kincaid, and that's why they jumped him, and they don't love Mayer. They could go Joey Porter. They could, I don't know. They could go Brian Branch, get a versatile safety / inside corner, which they need corner depth. That was an issue.
I like the Cowboys war room over here.
Well, of course they spend.
They're like-
That's what they spend everything on.
It looks like a presidential fucking destruction room. I like.
You know, Jerry Jones is like, how'd you let the Bills trade up ahead of us?
Yeah, but no, you're right, Joe. I think Joey Porter Jr. is my guy here.
Depth was an
unfortunately.
issue. Depth was an issue for them at corner.
And Joseph it took him a while to.
Another
Can't
tight
get
end I
together.
really like. I don't think it's going to happen, but I really like Luke Musgrave.
Well,
There's also
Darnell
the defensive
Washington.
end too. Who's that defensive end still available?
I love
Miles
Darnell
Murphy.
Washington.
Miles Murphy.
If the Eagles pick Darnell Washington, I would not be mad.
They really comping Michael Mayer to Jason Witten.
That's what it's looking like.
Yeah, I mean, he's not a super athletic receiver, and he's a really good blocker. Not an amazing blocker, but he's good. He's just a solid old-fashioned tight end.
Get open. He's got hands.
Mm.
Kind of stiff, but still gets there. Gets the job done.
They're making calls to everyone. Anyone want to trade for Will Levis?
You are Steve. There's got to be a team that'll, similar to the Eagles a couple years back, they had like whatever the pick was, and they traded with the Ravens for the Ravens to jump in and get Lamar. I could see Joey Porter or Brian Branch here.
Yeah, I mean the Cowboys. They do have They have plenty of holes to fill, and they're at a spot in the draft where they could go kind of any directions back into the first.
They got 1 minute left. What?
Dom said we gotta read his comment in the chat because about the loser of the bet.
I saw.
Remember the fire and ice?
Huh?
The fire and ice from my birthday.
Oh, yeah. Hang on. He said something about, he was the one that said no yawning.
No yawning. Yeah, I didn't see that. I thought that was
The
somebody said
loser
no
of that
yawning.
bet has to do 4 fire and ice back to back.
That's called instant blackout.
That's nasty.
Fire and ice. Fire and ice.
Where do we do that?
A hideout.
Was it
Was
the
it that-
hideout?
It's when you were down that one time. It wasn't my birthday weekend.
Yeah. No, I
It was a
remember.
different time.
We were out.
Yeah. It's a signature shot. It's
Dom, if you're watching,
fireball and rumplements.
I raise you 4 and subtract you 4. Well, the pick is in, and this is a shocker. It's actually not a shocker, and I forgot about this guy. It's not a terrible pick. Don't have a
Osiris.
graphic for him.
Osiris. It's gotta be Osiris. He was my favorite name. I remember
Wrong
that was one of
side.
the topics we had. Oh, defensive.
Miles
end?
Murphy.
I said Miles Murphy at the end.
Wrong side.
What, Breesy?
Move him inside.
Brees.
Brian
Just now.
Brees?
A little shorter and fatter.
Is it Brees or Breesy? I can't remember. Oh, the guy from Michigan,
Mazzy Smith,
Mazzy Smith.
Yeah, there we go.
6'3", 325.
See, this is the guy I always thought was gonna be a little overrated, though. Just a little bit.
Yeah,
He's
I
not
forgot.
3 down defensive tackle.
I forgot about him. I mean, he's what? He's probably a pure. He's more of a nose tackle. He just takes up space,
Run stuff in.
Yeah,
he eats up blocks. He's not going to be a pass rusher. He's not going to be like stuffing the run and making tackles for loss. I think he's just going to take up blockers. He's stocky, he's short, and he's big chunky.
Well, here comes Goodell to officially announce it, but let's look at his rundown. He's 6'3", 320-ish. Let's see. I'm trying to find some stats for him. Last year, he had 48 tackles, 2.5 for a loss. Oh, look at his picture for the draft. Just straight shirtless.
Yeah, one guy some sort before.
I'll say this. He's a very impressive mover for the girth that he's carrying around.
The girth, huh?
You're sick.
So one comp I saw for him was Dontari Poe. I don't know how I feel about that. I think
Dontari Poe was way bigger. He was like 350.
I've been teetering on this. I've been teetering on this comp, and it's more of a potential. I see a little bit of Jarrell Casey to his game.
Whoa.
He's a
whoa, what?
You just had these throwing high regards to this guy over here.
Well, no, Jarrell Casey. I mean, he didn't look like he didn't have the best body in the world, but he was surprisingly athletic, and
I think it's effort for me is what my biggest red flag for. We'll see. Plus, Cowboys. I like it for the Cowboys. That's good job.
Yeah, I mean, they needed the interior lineman.
Jacksonville.
They're in a division that has Saquon Barkley, Brian Robinson. Eagles don't really have a running back right now. Well, they do, but not
Gainwell.
Yeah, I mean they have running backs.
Penny.
I shouldn't have said that. They have Penny, Gainwell, Scott. But they just have a really good run game. Jalen Hurts too. So I mean, I don't blame them for that pick. I don't think it's a terrible pick. I just didn't expect. I forgot about him, to be honest.
Yeah, he had not crossed my mind. We had talked about him though in our Trenches podcast.
I don't know. This has just been an interesting draft. Like it seems like based on the mock drafts and stuff, there's a lot of talent left, but then teams are like picking guys early, and then there's these guys we're forgetting about that are getting picked.
And Joey Porter Jr. still hasn't been drafted.
Joey Porter Jr.
Does he slip to day 2? I mean,
Jaguars could use. I could see
Cincinnati.
Joey Porter. I could see Miles Murphy.
I think I've said that with every team saying that they could use Joey Porter Jr. and everybody can go right past him. And it's just it's wild to me. He's not the one I figured would slip this far.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at best available, you got Joey Porter, Brian Branch, Miles Murphy, Nolan Smith,
Will Levis still.
Will Levis. You got DeJuan Jones, Oklahoma's tackle, Osiris Torrance. There's a few other people that could be in play. I think it's just this draft is showing that a lot of teams really
Pick is
weren't
in,
thrilled.
and I didn't expect this one.
Will Levis, really?
Another one you didn't expect. Surprise, surprise.
I don't remember if he was in our mock draft or not. I'm going to announce it though. Jaguars selection is Anton Harrison,
Oklahoma tackle.
Oklahoma tackle.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, I feel like he's been a little bit of a riser as of late. Tackle was a bit of an issue for the Jags, especially after some injuries last year. Out of Oklahoma, 6'4", 315. He's got 34 and an eighth-inch arms. His athletic numbers aren't, jumping off the charts, but he's a tackle. It doesn't really need to be. He started left tackle as a sophomore. Has been on the left side ever since. A lot of comps I see are Deion Dawkins, which to me just tells you that he's being projected to be average tackle.
He's in the Bills, right?
Yeah. He's got a solid anchor and he has good hand work. I don't think he's he could improve as a run blocker, and I would have concerns about him defending speed in the NFL off the edge.
Yeah. There's another. I don't know. I mean, I'm all for adding line depth and stuff for you have your franchise quarterback and Trevor Lawrence already. They have Travis Etienne. They have receivers. They added Calvin Ridley. They have the tight end. We were just talking about him. Who's the tight end that used to be for the Giants?
Ingram.
They have Ingram. They have Christian Kirk. I thought they could have added a little bit to their defense. They had to come back in the playoffs against the Los Angeles Chargers. So I mean, I thought they could have used Joey Porter, maybe a little pass rush, but
gotta secure the trenches first.
They drafted pass rush last year. They still have
Trayvon Walker.
Yeah, they have other guys too. So
Walker's legit too. That's a good pick.
Who do we think Bengals?
They could use secondary unless they want Eli Apple to be the highlight of their fucking life.
I mean, I feel like I've said this the last 8 picks, but is this the Joey Porter?
I know it's been longer than 8 picks. It's been
Michael.
The last 15 picks.
I'm saying Michael Mayer here.
Mayer, but then what? And we still got fucking Brees out there. He's a defensive tackle. Fort Washington, Maryland. Boy.
Bengals pick is in. Yeah, I don't. At this point, I don't know who the Bengals are going to be taking.
Yeah. All right, the pick is in, and with the 28th pick, the Cincinnati Bengals selected Myles Murphy.
There he goes. So I knew he was going to be taken as well. Another good edge rusher.
Yeah, I mean, he's one of those guys that I saw a lot of projections to him and that 10 to the Eagles. He's big. He's tall. I think he's like 6'5", like 280, around that range. But he's really, I think he moves good for being a bigger guy. I think he's got more like power to him and good punch right into the offensive lineman.
He's kind of your typical edge build, but he's going to be more of, to me, he's more of a he's more of an edge presence than a disruptor.
More of like somebody that eat up linemen.
I think one of the reasons why he's still available. I think the main reason why he's still available is you can make I think teams are concerned that he's like he is what he is at this point. Like, he's not going to get any better. Like, he's reached his potential. Like Clowney, the last
I was thinking Clowney
2 years, it's like what he'll probably be.
It's funny you said the Clowney too. So we're coming here to New Orleans pick. Is this where Will Levis finally comes off the board? New Orleans needs some sort of quarterback backup behind Derek Carr, who's eventually, he's at a decent age right now, but
I don't think they're gonna go Levis.
No, we got.
I think Levis is
James Williams still.
I think the nails are in Levis's coffin for being a first rounder.
Yeah, the last time the camera showed his face, he looked pissed.
Yeah, I mean you got, unless somebody trades up with the Eagles or Chiefs or the Saints, but I think there's talent here for all three of these teams that won, especially the Chiefs and Eagles.
You know, his agent called him and was like, "This is what you get for telling everyone you have a mayonnaise obsession."
Oh, that's sick. He definitely dropped down my board, even though I didn't have him high anyways.
I mean, I can't blame you.
So what do we think here for the Saints?
Joey Porter Jr.
They have Marshawn Lattimore.
You can never have too many corners.
Yeah. They could use pass rush. They lost Marcus Davenport, Contavious Street, David Onyemata.
We had Miles Murphy. We had Miles Murphy mocked to them, so maybe this is where we see Nolan Smith. They're just in a conundrum with friggin' Michael Thomas.
New Orleans takes Nolan Smith right now. Trevor's going to shit his pants because he feels he's next.
I didn't say anything because of that. Just,
it's probably this be all those times when you took Taylor Swift and Madden.
Michael Mayer's a nice pick. Give Derek Carr another weapon to work with.
Yeah, well, I really like the one guy they have too. 86 Johnson. Is it Johnson?
Johnson's not good. Get Michael Mayer.
He's a beast.
They have him and Troutman and Taysom Hill.
Hey, Taysom Hill's an interesting character right there. To tell you what.
Good old Saints. Good old Saints.
Norns.
Yeah, I feel like this is gonna be defense. Nolan Smith, Joey Porter, Brian Branch.
What are they going to do? Dance. Dance, sucker. Just move. Just move. Yeah, I'm not sure who they're going to pick here. We them boys.
New Orleans Saints. Let me make some educated guesses. Brian Breesy. It's just another thing where I feel like the Saints have so many.
Because then, you want me to announce it?
Yeah.
Brian Breesy.
Really?
Yep.
Taylor just said that too.
Unless he knew. He knew's my source.
No, I pulled up their depth chart and I was just trying to see.
Yeah, these defensive tackle.
So here's the thing right now. The Eagles can take Nolan Smith or Joey Porter or Brian Branch.
What if they pick somebody completely different? Will Levis.
I'll disappear. So Brian Breesy, I was a fan of his. He's pretty huge guy. 6'5". If you watch his tape, 298, almost 300 pounds. He seemed like he was pretty good at moving offensive line and taking up space. Not that he's like, I don't really know if he's tall, and it looks like he stood tall in his film. So does that mean he doesn't bode well for like an interior defensive lineman? Is he better off as like a 4-3 defensive end?
No, I think he can play inside. I think he's a.
He also tore his ACL in 2021.
Yeah, I think he's a very powerful player. Like you said, he's 6'5", 300 pounds. I think he's a. He can be like a two-gapper, line up over the guards. You just want to let him be a disruptor, and you're drafting him for his potential at this point. I mean, if you look at him there, he looks like a baby. We had Miles Murphy mock to the Saints, so at least we got the school right.
Say it again.
I just said we got the school right, at least because we mocked him, Miles Murphy. But if you're looking at his highlights right now, it's just explosive power, just penetrating upfield. He's basically reading the play, deciding what direction he wants to go after, and then he's just shooting straight there. Not saying this is the comparison, but if you look at him and you say if he reaches his potential, what could he be? Chris Jones.
I can see that comparison.
If
Similar size.
If he reaches his full potential. Otherwise, he could very easily end up being like a I don't know. not Chandler. I'm not Chris Jones.
All right, we all know what I want the Eagles to do right here.
Trade.
I wouldn't be surprised. A lot of people said they doubted the Eagles would take this pick, but I didn't think there would be this much value here.
What about dark horse Michael Mayer?
Hang on, they're talking weird. They're making phone calls.
Uh-oh.
I think they're moving back. Nick Sirianni just looked at Howie and no, they're making a pick because the camera and video just came in there.
Man, you really feel for Will Levis. As much as I don't like him as a prospect.
I don't feel for that Mayo-loving son of a bee.
His phone's going off. No, I'm just kidding.
Give me a heart attack.
He does look stressed, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's getting the shoot.
And we are the champions.
Oh,
my
son of a gun.
friend. Let's
How
go.
many Georgia players do you need?
4.
You guys are like us when it comes to Alabama.
We literally have
it's like Georgia took over as Alabama as
4
number 1 college defensive team.
We took 4 Georgia starters.
You have basically 4 of Georgia's front 7 from their God defense era.
Two, yeah, they won 2 national championships with most of this roster, that defense. Love it. RJ had that pick, 30th in the mock draft. That's a good one. Didn't think there was a chance that he would be available at 30. Also didn't know if I wanted him at 10. Couldn't have went any better.
Yeah, he's a super twitchy, athletic edge, defensive end. He'll have the luxury in the Eagles' defense of rotating in, keeping him fresh, so he can maintain that explosiveness, which is his main advantage.
The angles he can get is ridiculous.
Yeah, so I see him as at first with the Eagles, he's going to be rotational, maybe a rush specialist, and they're going to develop him, take the time.
Put him in the rotation right away, opposite Hassan Reddick, Josh Sweat in there, Brandon Graham. People forget Derek Barnett was injured last year. He's still in the mix. Fletcher Cox, Jordan Davis. Tonight you add Jalen Carter.
Especially if you guys
keep it going.
You guys can do that 5 D-line front, and you can stunt Nolan Smith around Sweat or...
Imagine having this lineup: Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter, Fletcher Cox, Hassan Reddick, and then Nolan Smith on the outside.
Well, just imagine
down with the Eagles.
You can stunt Nolan Smith around Sweat and Hassan Reddick with teams having to worry about Jordan Davis
and
all of them Jalen Carter.
I would love to be in one of those draft rooms.
Maybe one day.
See, I wasn't the only one. SportsCenter shared a thing on Facebook. It says the Dallas Cowboys war room was very familiar. I don't know if you can see it, but it's the Sith war room.
What did you say?
It's in the Dallas Cowboys war room. Looks like the Sith war room in the Death Star, I think, in Star Wars. It's a comparison. Definitely see it.
Must be nice to take the best D-line in the league last year and add 2 first-round picks to it.
Yeah, I mean, they lost some guys, but this couldn't have went any better. Literally, if you look at my tweet, I said I wanted these 2 things to happen tonight. Let's get Jalen Carter with the 10th pick and Nolan Smith with the 30th pick, or if not earlier. And it worked. Crazy Eagles fans.
Some teams just have everything. Oh, are they doing the 32nd pick tonight?
No, the 31st.
There's only 31 picks.
I know, but it says on the ESPN's ticker it has 32.
No, they're wrong.
They always just
NFL
show the
Network
next one
has
anyway.
Kansas City, and then round 2 is Pitt.
Gotcha.
Pittsburgh has the number 1 overall pick in the second round.
I guess.
Oh my God, how many people are they going to have out here? Stupid Chiefs fans. You guys beat us. Give me a break.
All the nice people that live in Philadelphia out on stage, and then they have these 4.
They booed because they didn't realize that was Travis Kelce's mom. Idiots.
Is that Mama Kelsey's? Oh man, they're idiots. They are idiots. they just booed their favorite player's mom. Like, what do you do?
Man, the Chiefs fans just got trolled by Roger Goodell. All right, just announce the pick. I don't need some skit.
Yeah.
What are they, magicians? This is dude perfect. Wow, so enthusiastic, Chiefs fans, you idiots. Already booed.
With the
What a
30th pick
steal.
in the NFL draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select.
And he's going to go with all of his
Smith.
teammates.
See, I just got the update from Bleacher Report, and they comped Nolan Smith to Melvin Ingram.
His comp on NFL Network was Hassan Reddick, which is funny.
Hassan Reddick's better comp than Melvin Ingram.
Yeah.
Look at that speed.
He's a really good run defender.
The NFC might as well just give up and give you all the NFC championship. This is just pointless. All the work Washington's doing for nothing.
You guys got a good pick.
I know. No, it's not even that. You guys have the entire generational talent defense, Georgia defense on your team now. It's just it's wild. Philadelphia, Georgia Bulldogs. Domination. Breathing. Eagles gonna take championship every year, man.
There literally couldn't have been a better situation for Jalen Carter to be with 3 teammates you know from Georgia.
Got your quarterback locked up for years. Not even making that much money in the first 2. 6 million, 13 million. It's just oh. There's no way I don't know if you'll be able to keep these guys. So obviously all these guys eventually when it comes to re-sign time. But I know they're gonna try their hardest.
Yeah,
Roseman's gonna do some magic wizard cap moves.
they got the graphic on right now behind you, Horsh.
The drafts,
yeah,
literally, this is the first time in my life
defense got nothing on
the
this
Eagles draft went how I wanted it to go pre-draft.
Literally, exactly. It's the 2 guys you wanted to get.
All right, Chiefs have 3 minutes on the clock. Who are they taking? There's really no receivers.
Cyrus.
They don't need interior. They need tackles.
Cyrus can play tackle,
Dewan?
can he?
He's not really a tackle. He doesn't have that agility.
Darnell Washington, he can maybe be a tackle eventually.
Jason Peters move.
Oh, they
Yeah.
gotta bring out the trophies. They gotta bring out the Super Bowl trophies for their fucking pick. Hope one of them trips and falls and lands in their toe.
Yeah, maybe DeJuan Jones.
I know Dom's still watching this shit too.
Scared me.
Dom's a Chiefs fan.
Oh, he is.
Yeah.
Chiefs. Maybe do the Chiefs go Brian Branch?
Maybe. Doesn't seem like an Andy Reid pick.
Joey Porter Jr.
I've been saying Joey Porter Jr. for the longest time. I don't know
That's crazy. Joey Porter Jr. is about to fall out of the first round.
If that happens, man, I hope we get him in the second round. Let's load up on corners.
Joey Porter Jr., Michael Mayer. I wouldn't have guessed that. Those two. I'm more surprised about that.
Maybe they get
than
Michael
Levis.
Mayer because Kelsey's getting old.
Maybe.
It's the final countdown. It's the last fucking pick. This Raiders fan behind these Chiefs fans shaking his head like, God damn it.
And they're gonna use their full clock, really?
A-holes.
The NFL was like, we need to push this draft to exactly midnight. Get all the advertising juice out of it.
How many people are still watching is the real question.
Hey, Pittsburgh is at 32. They could still get Joey Porter Jr.
They probably will. Now he slipped. It's only right. If that's the case, then I'll be happy. So at least he's on a team I can root for.
The pick is in.
Oh, look at that. Andy Reid's eating a cheeseburger.
He is.
No. It would be pretty Andy Reid, though, of him to have a cheeseburger eat like in his mouth while they're making the pick.
Oh, Andy Reid's looking pretty big right there.
I thought he had lost a bunch of weight.
He has.
Trevor, you have the pick?
I do not.
Come on, Roger.
The Chiefs select with the 31st overall pick, Felix
Avila?
Anuduka Uzuma. Sorry if I butchered your name. Edge rusher out of Kansas State.
Interesting.
Huh.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't remember him, but I did watch some of his highlights.
Good, because I didn't.
Yeah, I mean he looks like a decent edge rusher. He seems like he can set the edge, and he's got like that Nolan Smith bend.
Trevor, your pronunciation of the name just
I'm sorry, I had no idea.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce it either. on a Duque.
Screw you.
Also, when you said his name, and then my brain stopped working, and I registered you saying Kent State, and I was like, I don't know who the hell this is. All right, he's 6'3", 255. Let's see, he had 20 in 2022. He had 11 tackles for a loss, 8.5 sacks. He's kind of just a maximum effort, solid build defensive end. He's still pretty raw. I don't know how I feel about him at this pick, but Andy Reid usually knows what he's doing, and it's a typical Andy Reid pick in the trenches.
Yeah, I mean, can't argue. They won the Super Bowl. Not a ton of holes, so no complaints from me as far as that goes. I could care less who they pick. Pretty good first round.
Not bad, not bad.
Solid.
Not exactly the way we expected. The board fell kind of interesting. There's still a lot of talent left for the second round.
I mean, Will Levis fell out of the first round. Joey Porter Jr. fell out of the first round. Brian Branch fell out of the first round. Michael Mayer fell out of the first round. Drew Sanders fell out of the first round.
Yeah, it was a surprising pick of the linebacker. Oof. Overall, I'm happy with the way it went.
Yeah, I bet you are. I got to go watch some of these Pierce Karonsky highlights so I feel better about the pick.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to be watching
the Skoronski pick
show. RJ, watch some Forbes highlights.
I am. I definitely am going to. Obviously, you know that. But I mean, what I've seen, I just really thought we'd go Joey Porter Jr. Christian Gonzalez. It just reminds me of last year. I mean, I love Jahan Dotson too, but Kyle Hamilton was sitting right there. I thought we'd take him. And another one. Bam. Surprise.
That's the way it usually goes.
Jahan Dotson's a beast, though, so can't hate him.
I like him better than Hamilton, so I think it works out for y'all.
Yeah. Let's see. Maybe Ford's been making plays. Let's see.
All right, time to sign off.
I reckon so. It's been 4.5 hours.
All righty. Well, that does it for this episode of No Interference Live. I hope you enjoyed our live coverage of the NFL draft. We will follow the draft the next 2 days. We will not be live, but we'll be updating our social media. So you can follow that on Instagram and Twitter at the NI Show. We'll be updating about picks and throwing our 2 cents in what we feel about it. And we will probably be following up the first round with our grades, our favorites, and our least favorite picks. But that does it for the show. Thanks for everyone that tuned in and drop some comments on the feed. Appreciate everyone giving us some attention. So that does it for today. Adios.
See you.
Peace.